there! Welcome back. Feeling brave once again, and really hoping that my roommate's theory that the problem was in fact my power supply is correct. Because if it's not, then I'm gonna have to send an appeal to the judge for my sentencing of a week's worth of dishes. Can't say I'm enjoying it, but if the power supply really is the problem, then I totally deserve it. But yeah, let's just get started and hope that we'll crash immediately. Now, while the game is getting ready, let's just quickly go over what this is about. Well, this is, once again, as a recap, this is a challenge run when I'm only allowed to use characters who are passengers or crew of the Astro Express, and every character must be unlocked through gameplay. Additional information on a video on my YouTube channel. And the characters that are currently unlocked should be visible on screen. Now, last time we were in Petaconi. Oh, for the love of! Oh well, places crashed early. Alright, let's try this again, shall we? Alright, are we back online? I think we should be back online, excuse me about that moment, and yeah, I definitely need to appeal my sentencing to the judge because the flaw has clearly not been solved. I'll have to try to once again clean install the drivers and hope that the problem fixes itself, and if it doesn't, I'll have to wait for AMD to fix it. Because right now it's certainly not helping. But yeah, I think we can continue. Once again, hoping everything functions as intended, because if it doesn't, I'm gonna have to abandon all concept of streaming this and have to change into a video series, and I'd really rather not do that. But yeah, can't be helped, we're going to have to go with the emergency avatar, which is basically just a still image. I am very sorry about this. Assuming, of course, anyone is still watching. Yeah. I did not want to do this, but I'm going to have to update the number. Unfortunately, we did not survive a full day, a full stream without a crash, and this time it was like a full-on crash. And it's very frustrating trying to diagnose this offline because the crashes are quite literally not occurring when I'm not streaming. But, oh well. It can't be helped, it can't be helped. I'm going to have to try to spend the next week to figure out some sort of solution, because having just a still be in GMH in the quarter is just not something. It's not up to my plan. Yeah. As frustrating as it is. Gonna have to play with the cards we were dealt, and right now my deck is not looking very good. Oh yeah! Welcome to Starro! Or, in my case, I think Aha is having a field trip trolling me because I can't think of another explanation as to why everything is so messed up. But oh well. Back to the usual programming. We were supposed to keep following Firefly to her secret spot. The next quest objective is right over here, but before we do that, there's something else that needs to happen. Which is the Sunday banner is up, which means that it is time for me to do my very first limited polls on this account. I mean, seriously. I have not had a chance to pull a single character yet. And as proof, the records are empty. Like, very empty. Nothing. But right now, a very valuable character is available for pulling. And as I've stated before, I believe, If you have no idea which character on Star Rail to pull, or to invest in Sunday. He's just that good. Somehow they invented a character that they themselves are struggling to remove from meta. Like, every single team needs him, other than the Magical Girl team. The pink team is quite literally the only team that doesn't need him. I'm pretty sure you can fit him in there anyway, if you wanted to. Now, I cannot actually use Sunday yet, but having him available for when I need him, which is, Amphorius, will be invaluable. Hi there. Oh, yep. You got here just in time for pulling. So yeah, let's see. We're starting from a 0. Let's see how close to pity we're gonna have to get. Let's start with the first round. Oh, and of course, there's also the question of if I will even... And there's an E4 Danhong. Yeah, he's a rate-up character right now, so it's very likely that he is going to get an E6 right now. Yeah, the crashes are driving me absolutely insane. But hey, there's a silver lining. The silver lining is I'm not gonna have to do that full week's worth of dishes. Because apparently, my tech abuse was not the culprit behind my issues, so I'm going to need to appeal my sentence. Yeah, carrying on. Temples was not enough. Let's see if he will come early. 20 is not it. 30, not it. And E5. Okay, there's a Tengyun. Oh, sorry, I stopped counting. How many does this take? I should not stop counting for even a second. There is a bit of a delay. Oh well. That's an E6. That's an E6. I did not expect the E6 Danhong this quickly. And I pulled something new. And it's... Yes! First 50-50 and it's a victory. Nice. Yep. E6 Danhong before a limited 5-star. What is this? My luck is not supposed to function this well. But yeah, there's a Sunday. Now, according to the priority list for Sunday, the priority is that after you have an E0, I believe it's Light Cone and E2 then. I can't really remember, but he does benefit greatly from the Light Cone, even though it's not absolute necessity. And if I remember correctly, I don't have anything better to give him anyway. Let's check. I don't have that many Light Clones. I certainly don't have any Harmony ones. Yeah, I don't have anything better to give him. Everything else is pretty much garbage. So might as well use those 90 pulls that I have to go for the Light Cone. Now this odds are a little bit better. Like, this is supposedly... Well, it's not a 50-50 per se. It's actually 56% due to how Star Rail's pulls are calculated. Well, this is actually closer to 75 than 70. Just kind of funny. Seriously, look it up. It's a really funny, and nobody's completely sure if it's a bug or a feature, but it hasn't been fixed yet, so let's enjoy it while we can. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is on the soft pity as well. And it's... Oh, come on, Clara! I quite literally have absolutely no use for this one yet. Well, how many do I have? 21. Plus rebates, which will take me to 32. Plus these that I can finally afford to buy. Because I finally have something in store. Grab these while you can. They are not available as often as you'd like. Okay. That did not get me to a temple, but if I'm lucky... Nope. That did not get me where I want to be. But well, it's not like I can use it yet, so there is still some chance. There's still a chance. Odds are that during the stream I will make it to a full temple and should be able to get one more there, and there should still be one stream before the banner goes away, so it's not a complete lost cause. Well, I do have to say, I wouldn't mind actually pulling Clara. But let's see. What did we get? We have, March. Who's, got herself to 2 Eidolons. The second one grants, opponent in battle grants a shield equal to 24% of March's defense to the ally with the lowest HP, lasting 3 turns, so it actually makes the shielding a little bit better. Kyukyu we can forget, I will not be able to use her on this run at all, but that's just cleaning up the UI. I got Yugong, who's, as far as Harmony characters go, she's actually, well, she's not very good. Now, I can use her if I unlock her, but odds are I will not be using her at all. So I'll be leaving her quest until I feel like being a completionist. Daeun, on the other hand, is pretty decent in a lot of teams, even now, but she has a tendency of being attacked very often. Despite the Harmony having some of the lowest base stun values. Apparently, destruction stacks. And then we got the boy we were looking for, which is Sunday. Now, I have absolutely no light cone to give him. But I did pull apparently quite a few DDDs. And that's a good thing. Because if you don't know what light cone to give a Harmony character, Dance 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 is something you should give. That's the option, basically. When in doubt, DDD. Basically every single Harmony character benefits from it. What it basically does is advances ally actions forward by 60%, though if you enhance it, through superimposing, you can get it as high as 24. And it is a rather significant bonus. Now, I will not be superimposing yet as I can't use them, but yeah, you can never have too much action advance. Basically, it makes considering Sunday can action advance 100% with this skill, that's very useful to have. Although, technically, it's not 100% action advance for Sunday. What he does is actually guarantee that you get the next turn. There is actually a bit of a difference. There's the skill. Yep, what Sunday does is enables the character in the summon to immediately take action. This is actually not 100% action advance. It's not the same thing. Because 100% action advance actually does not guarantee that you will be next in turn, but Sunday just does. But yeah, that's how my pulls went. For now, there is still a chance that I will get that better clone. But until then, Dance 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 is not trash. It's actually very good. But if I get to another temple, I will.
いい感じだ。
But now let's continue. Let's meet up with Firefly and go to her secret spot. Oh wait, before I forget.
昨日を惜しむ必要はない。
You
昨日
little
を惜しむ
cutie.
必要はない。
Seriously. How come you took 6 long months of active play, active pulling, and 1 raid up banner that I did actively pull on, but did not actually manage to pull the character on because I ran out of tickets? Hey, don't look away. Don't look away from me. How come you took 6 months to arrive to E6 on that account? Like, not even E6, get out of E0. And then start a second challenge account, and you do the same thing. Not showing up in the standard gacha no matter what, how much I pull. Then a Warrior story happens. I start another challenge run, and this time public one. And you come immediately. What is it? Like, Banhal, I love you. But what the heck? I'm so confused. I mean, not that I mind. Oh, right, I forgot. Forgot something. Actually, Dunhong's relic layout actually changes with that. Yeah, must have learned a bit of trolling, but I have no idea what is going on. But yeah, Dunhong's preferred relic layout actually changes right now. Because as you see, 4-piece allows the additional 25% action advance. However, one of his Eidolon, after an ultimate, makes him immediately take action. So as a result, the 4-piece bonus from the relic becomes obsolete. So running Dunhong with a pure win set after E4 is counterproductive. You don't actually get any benefit from a 4-piece set, so what you should do at this point is split the set. Split the set and go for a partial win set. Let's see if I can actually have a better one. No, that's a defense. HP shoes, those are very good. Oh well, let's go with this one. It's not as good as it could be. But it is better than having a pure win set where you actually don't gain anything from the 4-piece bonus. Because the ultimate makes him take action immediately after using an ultimate anyway. So the relic is wasted. This is so annoying, but it has to be done. At least this one is not that bad. Alright, there it is. Two. These are actually very good relics. So now we have the desired layout, which is a split set of wind and wheat. So he gets the attack bonus from the wheat and the wind damage bonus from the wind, from the eagle set. Wait, that was perfect rolls? Oh, damn, you're right. I guess that happens sometimes. I wish you could see me smiling ear to ear, but technical difficulties with the avatar.
私は後ろからついていくから。
Alright, let's just... Oh, wait. Let's switch the order quickly. There. I've been grinding, and for the grinding, I've been borrowing a DPS, so Dalhan was the last in the order. Now imagine if you actually have to travel like this.
カフェ
こっちに来て。
Please let me get the chest first.
着いた。ここだよ。
Right, you and Firefly arrived at the cafe, but the entrance to the secret stronghold was the manhole cover next to the cafe. She moved the manhole cover and led you inside. Good thing this is a dream, because I would not want to crawl down a manhole. Who knows what lives in there?
ねえ、ちょっと聞きたいんだけどさ。君が女の子の気を引く方法って、大っぴらに後をつけることなの?
Eventually negotiated with the masked fool Sparkle, doing his best to obtain her aid, while Sparkle used very foul language talking to him, by the way. Sparkle mocked Aventure's Zygonian ancestry and rejected working with the IPC. However, she offered a hint to Aventurine. Go make friends with a mute. Yes, Sparkle is not a very nice person. She's not a very nice person. She's not a very versatile support either.
もうすぐだよ。
In fact, Sparkle does her best in an SP team with Imbibitor, Luna, or Archer. However, Dalhan and Imbibitor Luna actually works just fine without her if you pair him with SP neutral sports. There's some chests over here, make sure to grab them. A random Korak seed. I mean, origami bird. Those things are everywhere, and you're going to have to use a guide to get them all. You will not, trust me, you will not find them by accident. Good thing is there is an in-game feature where you can exchange your ID tokens for clues with the boss birds. So in other words, the boss birds know exactly where their servants are. However, they are too lazy to go get them themselves, so you have to be their boy or girl, depending on which version of the Trailblazer you're playing as. Alright, Firefly, I'm done messing around. Well, this one is actually kind enough to be in plain sight. I'm just going to be grabbing the ones that I come across immediately, but will not be actively searching for them. If I get any rewards, I get the rewards. You and Firefly arrived at Dream's Edge. Guests are usually not allowed here. This is the edge of the constructed dreamscape, and her secret stronghold can be found here. I don't think we can get that easy.
この先は工事中だから関係者以外立ち入り禁止だ。
Oh, just as I thought. A Bloodhound family member halted you and Firefly. They said that the construction zone ahead is restricted and that there is no room for accommodation. Perhaps you can try clockwork on him. So yeah, just a casual... Just some nice and
これ以上
casual
小細工しようとしても無駄だ。
brainwashing. Perhaps I need to provoke him a bit. That's the hint. You need to get him angry. Get him angry.
何度言わせるつもりだ。工事中だから立ち入り禁止だって言ってるだろ。お前たち何としても俺の前に現れるつもりか。
Yeah, he will basically pick a fight with you.
言い逃れしようとするな。若くて元気があるのをいい。
Okay, under the effects of the clockwork, the guard's feelings turned to anger. He insisted on educating you on following the rules, and summoned Sweet Dream's troop to attack you. And
争
that's
いに意味は
Sweet
ない
Dream's troop. Now, even though I'm doing pretty well, I'm still far from having the perfect Donho, so to say.
生死虚実同点元件
We need to get him a better light cone, for instance. But yeah, as you can see, the gameplay changes a bit.
チャンスだ
Now, being a mere 4-star, and not just any 4-star, but a first generation 4-star, he's not that strong. But he can be pretty capable when played correctly.
我々はとうに嵐に踏み入った守るべき者のために打ち崩せ
Speaking of, I should probably give Bronya a good dance as well.
生死虚実同点元件超無一角
I need to check which one light cone does he have right now. I'll do this after the battle.
まさか負けるとは。
You defeated the Sweet James troop and demonstrated the power of youth before the guard. Really? Really? Oh well. The guard mumbled with rueful regret and allowed you and Firefly to go forth.
最終的にこうやって入れるなんて。
Okay, let's check. What light cone she has jump cone, so let's switch that to Dance as well. And this one I'm gonna have to actually level up a bit. Now, one thing I've noticed that I am on the fast track to level 60, which means I will very soon have to once again take a break to... Okay, that's good enough. Oh yeah, I'll have to take a break and advance my difficulty level. Now, I can't really easily avoid these. Not with this team.
避けられない一戦我に力を
I'm just gonna love these televisions, they're so annoying.
悪い子ねおやすみ
It's like
俺が守る
somebody on the team was advised to create the most annoying
争
enemy
いに意味はない
you could possibly think of, and they created this.
生死虚実同点元件超無一角
我に力を
Just to take care of one of them.
ランス戦闘準備
Now this is gonna be a bit balancing act. So I will use a skill on the Trailblazer so that I can put TV in a good
代価を
mood.
払ってもらう
There's no need for that.
おやすみ
争いに意味はない生死虚実同点元件超無一角
我々が失ったものを全て取り戻す
Okay, this one we can actually run past if we are good. There's no need to pick a fight with every monster in the area just because you can.
ここから先は道がないから
And time for the real dream
道具を借り
logic.
るのこれからやることは君の
So as you see, the world may appear fractured, but you can actually change your perspective and suddenly you can walk here.
空間がつながった
これで向こう側に行けるカタルスケはこうやって無境を
Oh
修
yeah,
正
the
してる
world
んだ
works on dream
不
logic.
思議だよね
Grab that and move forward. Don't pick a fight you can't win. So that does not look like that terrifying. I will actually be doing all the formidable foes that I cannot avoid on max level.
あ
So
と
the floor
空
with that
中
one.
に浮かぶ建材も利用できるよ
There's a chest over here, right behind the corner. And there's also a bird right here. A good hint on finding origami birds is that... Wait, I can... What are you talking about? The trailblazer can't jump. Like, see? Pressing the spacebar. No action. Well, that's the kind of puzzles there are here. Let's just put some buffs up, just to speed up
向こうの方
process. Don't let them ambush you.
騒ぎを起こしたくはない。炎の槍を断ち切れ。
Start with an AoE to bring the TVs to good mood. And begin with
我に力を
the birds.
争いに意味はない。
悪い子ねおやすみ
Why are you targeting the one character with full energy?
我々はとうに嵐に踏み入った守るべき者のために打ち崩せ代価を払って我に力を
That then toss forward.
生死拒絶
Get that ult
移
off.
動天元家超無一角
Apparently I can't beat them both, so let's put the TVs in a good mood. Heal up
槍先に火を炎の槍を断ち切れ
so that they give me some energy and I can attack them again. That's one down and this one should be two down.
自分の意志で結末にたどり着いてみせる
And time for the second type of puzzle in here, which is, well,
ここから
quite
向
the
こう側
literal
の
puzzle.
建物の屋上に行けるのはちょっ
What you basically need to do is, well,
と
put
し
the
た仕掛
jigsaw
けを使わ
together,
ないといけないんだけど
and when you do,
確か
oh, shut up,
ここに
Firefly.
隠しておいたはず
When you put the puzzle piece together, the painting basically becomes reality,
何度見ても夢っぽい
and
と
you
思
can interact with the world.
うそ
You
れ
can
じ
see
ゃあ
there's
行こ
actually another one over here, or over there, way on that other side where there's actually a Hana puzzle that will also give you rewards. And of course there's the clocks. But I'm not gonna even try to do the clocks live because my brain just doesn't function like that, and it's embarrassing how often I need to resort to using a guide. But yep, there is a formidable foe, and behind the formidable foe there is a Hana puzzle. So if you want extra rewards, go over there. But my priority is now to follow the story, so that I can hopefully fight that bloody worm today. Don't know what I'm talking about when I say that bloody worm? Well, you will find out. Let's do as much progress as I can today. Alright, there's the dogs that you can't really very easily get past. So, excuse me, I will just go over here.
孫悟の意志を
Put the
これで
buff
万
up.
全だ
Always make sure to be fully stocked on trick snacks.
気迫を示せ
Gromia, and then, wait, they weren't fire, but they do have a wind.
いや騒ぎを起こしたくはない
I'll start with the TV because the TVs are just so annoying.
争いに意味はない
Plus,
生死拒絶同点
dogs
元
actually
気超無一角
advance other enemies forward on that, so
手の施しよう
they
がない
also
おやすみ
cause a bit of annoyance. If you want to be strategic, always follow the enemies around them first.
平気よ代価を払ってもらう我に力をお注射の時間よ
I do have to say that 6-side alone is very nice.
同点元気超無一角
Or more like the 4-side alone is very nice.
チャンスだ 騒ぎを起こしたくはない。
我に力を。我々はとうに嵐に踏み入った。守るべき者のために打ち崩せ。
争いに意味はない。生死虚実同天元家超無一角。過ぎ去ったことは重要ではない。
And there is also a bird on the billboard. Make sure you know where the enemies are. There's a chest over there. But to get through it, you have to get past 2 enemies. And I don't have any of the characters that allow you to avoid that, so... That's how it has to be.
生死虚実一年同天元家超無一角。
But yeah, it is nice to be able to take 4 turns instead of just 2.
おやすみ。
俺が守る。
Or 3. It's like make an attack, advance forward, hold in it, advance forward again,
同天元家超無一
and
角。
win. Though as you can see, it doesn't always work.
お注射
There
の
is
時
a
間よ
limit to it. Like you can't just advance yourself forward infinitely.
槍先に火を炎の槍を断ち切れ。
平気よ。
この程度か騒ぎを起こしたくはない。生死虚実同天元家超無一角。
悪い子ね。おやすみ。
槍先に火を炎の槍を断ち切れ。
我に力を。
争いに意味はない。
And we're almost done with this level one. Perfect. Now there are a few bosses that I'm a little worried about. One of which is that that bloody worm, which is very frustrating, and I hope to be able to take care of it without any major problems. However, there's no guarantee that I will. But then after that, there's also the infamous 10 Stonehearts fight. That I have to say I am just a little worried about. In spite of, well... The fight in question was nerfed pretty much within a week of coming out. Because it was deemed too difficult for an average player. But there is still a chance that it will be difficult on such a limited team setup. And unfortunately I can't check it by practicing ahead of time.
ここからだと全体を一望できるんだ。
I can't practice ahead of time because Ten of Stonehearts Adventuring when it came out was such a difficult boss that, well,
ほら、あそこ。色とりどりの美しい夢そのもの。
basically Hoyo didn't know where to put him, so now you can only fight him in the Memory of Chaos if you're lucky. And right now, he is available, but you have to get past the Manta Ray first, and I don't have confidence. But I do plan on testing that out today. Assuming I don't reach that point first, but I shouldn't. I shouldn't be able to reach that point today. Okay. Back to the gameplay. Okay, you and Firefly gazed upon the Pentacony Granted Theater. The theater gave off a dazzling radiance, and its very light show resembled a colorful dream in of itself. Those bathed in the luminosity will be drawn by the warmth, like fireflies. Well, I mostly want the sticker. Speaking of stickers, what's my sticker situation? Well, 3 and 4 I can ignore. 5 I should have, only have that much. I have a new one there. I don't really focus much on the layout of these stickers. Some people do. I'm just doing for the jades. Okay, a vivid cartoon figure appears before you. A pity that you can't be considered a fan of the Clocky franchise, but interest can always be slowly nurtured, right? Let's see. Well, it's like my exclusive friend. A living cartoon character has manifested for you. It's like your special friend. You are already used to being regarded as someone special. After all, you've been at the heart of Maelstrom since the day you were born. This time, you'll certainly become a fitting protagonist. And in case you're wondering when was the Trailblaze born, well, the answer is we don't really know. Because the game doesn't actually tell us how old every character is. All we can do is see if we can find any implications. Like, we know that Jing Yuan is at least 700 years old, while Donald's current information is at most 30. And we know that Bella is 16. But that's about it. But Trailblazer, we actually don't know. We know that what we do know is that that before joining the Astral Express, he spent some time in company of the Stellaron Hunters. However, how much that sometime is, we don't know. We really don't know. But we do know that at some point he was given to Kafka, so when he was basically a newborn, he was given to Kafka so that she could teach him how to essentially fight and function. And then he was just dumped on her space station. So, I guess you could headcanon it to him being very old, or potentially him being born yesterday. I don't know. We don't know. Maybe someday we will get more clear confirmation, but right now we are still in the everything is implied and nothing is certain phase. Yes, even with the information we received at the end of Amphorius. That is still just an implication, not confirmation.
今回は少し複雑な構造だね。
That's not really
よ
that
く考
far.
えないと。
It's not really that complicated, Firefly. You just need to go around.
いい感じだ。
Oh, the module? Just run around. Get steps. Loop around one more time.
このじ
Move the module back. Grab the chest. And you're free to go. I consider these puzzles to be quite trivial.
ファミリーは銀河から多くの芸術家、建築家、学者を招いて
Okay, this one actually hides the
チー
chest.
ムを結成してピノコニ
Let's see
ー
if I
の
can
美
just-
しい夢を紡いでいるの。ここは観光客が足を踏み入れない開拓地だから
There
街
it
の
is.
中心みたいに賑
Sterling
や
find
か
that
じゃ
one.
ないけど私はこういう静かな雰囲気が好きなんだ。
I can be quiet. I'm trying to do a puzzle here. No, these are. I think that one's there and that one's there. And that's 20 jades. I'm going to do my best to make sure that I have that extra tempo by the time I finish. That's the problem with limited banners. There's only so much time you have for clearing them. Now over here, there doesn't seem to. There is a chest. Let's see if I can just. Yep. No need to fight anything. Just slip in and get your treasure. Now the map actually continues in that direction over there, from where you can go to this area here and find some extra treasure and extra opponents to fight. But for now, I'll just stick to the story. Now we're back to having very trivial
あ
ones.
の建物からこの建物まで一瞬で移動した。現実世界ではありえないよね。
And ignore that path over there. Grab the chest. Move forward. You don't see me. Okay, there's a chest over there. Lot of memories. You used to be unable to do the Buds of Memories before, or other galaxies before, actually clearing the corresponding, well, I mean, until finding them, actually reaching them, but now it's changed. You can actually do that through the previous screen.
今までと同じだね。もう慣れてきたでしょ。
Okay, and at this point, the jigsaw puzzles decide that they've had enough of your endings and decide to fly away. So you have to go around and find them.
一体どこがおかしいんだ。長いことセラーダを飲んでないせいか、それとも2ヶ月連勤してるせいか。どうして今日に限ってインスピレーションが湧いてこないんだ。
Yeah, I don't think that soul blood is very good for your consumption. It's not very good for you. Doesn't seem like it. But here, seem rather distressed.
誰だ。なんで観光客が。どうやって入り込んだのかは知らないが。
Let's just uplift him. He's in a bad mood, but you don't have the happy gear, so I can't do it. This is basically the hidden tutorial for the special missions, where you need special kind of gears to put people in a better mood and you get rewards for it. Now here's a couple that's in a very good mood. Interact with them, and you will get a happy gear. Then you can go back to the depressed Dreamweaver and give them the gear.
思いついた。素晴らしいアイデアだ。紙に書いておこう。いや、寝て目を覚ました頃には忘れてるに決まってる。思い立ったらすぐ行動するべきだ。
考え事しながら言っちゃった。
And just like that, under the effects of the clockwork, the Dreamweaver's feelings turned to joy. The Dreamweaver was then immersed in an exquisite inspiration and created a jigsaw piece. And then there's the other one is
これで万全だ。
気迫を示せ。
a fight. Nothing special.
もう一つのピースは
It's very simple, really.
騒ぎを起こしたくはない。やっ。生死虚実、移動天元家、超無一角。はっ。
避けられない我に力を。我々はとうに嵐に踏み入った。 守るべき者のために打ち崩せ。悪い子ね。
2 TV's in a good mood, so I can focus on what's around.
槍先に
I
火
just
を
do
炎の
the
槍を
AoE,
断ち切れ。
put the shields up.
代価を払ってもらう。
I can already tell that if I don't manage to pull Japart somehow,
お注
I'm
射
going
の
to
時
have a
間
bad time. Because if I have to shield with Trailblazer, I have a bad time. If I have to shield with March, it's gonna be a struggle.
避けられない一戦。我に力を。
It's not like it's impossible. I know it's
この程
possible,
度か。生死虚実一同天元家超無一角
but it's gonna take a while.
自分の意志で結末にたどり着いてみせる。
So that when you have the both puzzle pieces, you go to the puzzle, we'll put them together, get the owl.
この程度ってとこか。
And you're free to continue. Yeah, the SP management can be difficult.
ここ本当に複雑なこ
Hold on, let's not go there quite yet. No, I don't. Yep. Apparently there is nothing here. Just quite curious why there is a route that doesn't have anything there. But that's not the one that I'm after. It's a bit of a strange puzzle, indeed. I'll just ignore that one. Go up here. Run over this one, which previously you can get past this point. Grab the chest. Move the mojo back. As you can see, it's not that as difficult. Like Firefly makes it seem like this is a rocket science or something, but it's not. That's not really. I mean, our goal's over there, which make it look like it's far away, and it's possible that I am heading in the very wrong direction. Yeah, this is not where we need to go. Buried here. Just grab that. Now, how was it again? Actually, Firefly, you're right. This one is a bit tricky because the gamer has forgotten how this works. Like this specific one. Now we need to start from here and go to there. At this point, I'm just messing around. Trying to remember. Yep, that's it. That's it.
「この品が最後かな」
Yeah, the ones with multiple solutions because they lead you to two different places are a little more complicated than the others, but ultimately they're not that complicated.
ここを通り抜ければもう障害はないはずだよ。
Yeah, famous last words. There's a hindrance. There is a fire-breathing Tyrannosaurus Rex
いい
with a
感じ
chef's
だ
hat hindrance.
孫悟の意志を
これで万全だ。
気迫を示せ。
Now those things also have a special feature.
前回は見張りなんていなかったはずだけど。
You and Firefly encountered guards and could not avoid. Firefly advised you to send them running, and your bat came in handy again.
下手に動く。
So, yeah, basically, when you hit the dragon 6 times,
避けられない一戦。我に力を。
it swallows a rocket, and then tries to attack
お
you
やすみ。
after a while with an AoE attack, which is pretty strong. But if you manage to land 6 hits before it attacks you, then that rocket that is swallowed basically blows up in space. As you can see, I'm actually saving the ultimate
争いに
because,
意味はない。
yeah, there. Now I have a few turns until it tries to actually bite my face off. So what I'm gonna do? Boom, Natasha.
生死虚実同点元気
Donna,
超無一
ultimate.
角
Advance himself forward, that's 2.
我々はとうに嵐に踏み入った守るべき者のために打ち崩せ。
Bronya.
やり
3,
先に火を
4,
炎の槍を断ち切れ
騒ぎを起こしたくはない。
5,
どんな隙も見逃
and whoa, we've actually got weakness broken. I did not account for that one. That is actually not something you want. Because if it manages to take the 6 hits, it takes massive damage.
争いに意味はない。
避けられない一戦。我に力を。
騒ぎを起こした。生死虚実一年の同点元気超無一角。
ほんの気持ちよ。気にしないで。
安心しろ。
俺が守る
争いに意
Just
味
now
は
the
ない。
countdown actually starts again from 0.
代価を払っても我に力を。
But it doesn't really seem to be something that matters. You should be able to beat it as is.
生死虚実同点元気超無一角。
どんな隙も見逃さない。
おやすみ。
And there.
ついたついた。
One Tyrannosaurus Rex down.
結末にたどり着いてみせる
Now let's follow Firefly to the hideout.
歌声どこから聞こえてくるんだ
Oh, that's just Robin practicing a song. Now we don't actually get to hear the song in game, but it is quite pretty. It is actually one of the songs that we used in the ad campaign for Emporius. But for Penacony. Which was advertised for quite a... The advertising campaign was pretty long, actually. The Emporius was teased pretty long as well. But Arcadia, not so much. Yeah, it's still mentioned in game. In fact, Firefly is going to mention it right now. But we don't actually get to hear the full version.
この歌知ってる？傷つく誰かの心を守ることができたなら。
Yep.
あのロビンの
There
曲だ
it
よ
is.。
もうすぐ調和セレモニーだから、無境の中でも時々彼女の曲が演奏。
Okay, Firefly, what happens at this scene? Basically, Firefly revealed her true feelings to you and apologized for concealing things earlier. Wait, you actually do hear lyrics? I remember this being just an instrumental song. I wonder if I'm misremembering or if something actually changed. Oh. Now I feel bad talking over it. Oh well, okay. So yeah, basically Firefly is feeling sad about lying to you. She is indeed a stowaway, and her homeland was destroyed long ago. As she suffers from entropy loss syndrome, dreams are the only place where she can live without remaining in a medical cabin. Her goal is to get a watchmaker's legacy, and she believes people slumber because they fear awakening from dreams. And basically, Firefly's medical condition makes it eventually impossible for her to distinguish where she herself ends and the rest of the world begins. And the reason behind her having it is actually very cool. Okay, this is a branching off the show of Let's Play.
そうだ。君は列車に友達がたくさんいるんだよね。こういう状況になった時っていつもどうしてるの？
Now, this is the moment that I actually really don't like, because the game really does strong arm you into one option. Now, you can go through every single option you can possibly tell, like how Donghong is very fond of dry jokes.
ジョーク？私ユーモアがないんだよね。他に方法はないの？
But that's gonna be about what happens. Basically, Firefly is going to reject the idea straight out and going to ask for another suggestion. The only option that actually leads you anywhere at all is taking pictures. That's the only thing you can do, and that annoyed me.
自撮り。それいいかも。でも一人で撮るのは。
Yeah, but Firefly, I'm really not in the mood for pictures, actually.
そっか。
The game kind of does try to strong arm you at this point. While at the same time it gives you a choice, but it makes you feel like shit for doing it. Yeah, we are in a dream here, so something does feel off.
More 帰るの？時間が経つのって本当に早いね。私も現実世界に戻って休もうと思ってるの。
At this point, you get the music disc and you can continue the story. Or more like... get back to reality. There's a chest here, there's a special balloon over there that you can try to shoot down from a better perspective. Oh, right. If you do take a photo from Firefly over there, you get a screenshot opportunity for a picture. What that you take with her together. Now I'm gonna choose... I chose not to take a picture, because the first time I did take a picture I felt strong-armed into it. So I don't really feel like doing it again. Besides, it hasn't really been that long since Firefly and I became cool with each other once again, so Guess you could say I'm just not quite ready to take that step yet. So give me some space. And here's also a trash can that you can try to fight. The trash can will give you a small challenge. If you fail it, you'll have to fight. Some of them you have to fight anyway, but if you're fast enough, you can talk to the trash can, initiate the conversation, and then bolt just as they try to attack you. It will reset, and then you can try again. But a fair warning, those things hit really hard and they get stronger with each turn. So if you prolong the fight too long, it will one-shot you through a shield. Not even Permanence of Terra can protect you from a trash can. So it's basically a shortcut back. And the story does not even take you to this area over here. You'll have to explore it on your own. Basically, it's just a place with some extra rewards. Now let's go back to the Clocky Plaza.
まだ早い。そもそも現実に戻るにはホテルに行かないとダメなんじゃないか。おかしい。みんなどこに行ったんだ。
Well, theirs was a very subtle and very convenient lag spike for maximum eeriness. Oh, there is. I completely forgotten about that one. There's a chest over there. So I'll just go grab it on the way. By the way, you actually get an achievement if you hit that balloon over there. But it's very hard to hit, and a lot of characters just can't do it. You can do it with Natasha pretty conveniently, actually. You just shoot from far from over there and try to aim just right, and you will eventually hit it. Because Natasha's because Natasha basically can, as you can see, her bullets just drop. So if you're in the right place, you can just arch the shot so that it hits the balloon. It's a bit tricky, but you can do it. On the other hand, if you are using a husbando account, so you don't have use of female characters, yeah, you get the achievement Fly Me to the Balloon, which is the reference to the game Fly Me to the Moon, which is the first game the Hoyoverse ever made. Or actually MiHoYo ever made, back when they were just a couple dudes in the basement. Nice one. But yeah, you actually stand in this approximate position with Natasha and just fire, and you get it. It's very easy. But if you're in a restricted account which does not have a convenient character, with a gravity attack, you are going to struggle. I heard a bird. So there you are. Fire hydrant. Humans are gone, but the birds are still chirping. Yeah, I think, if I remember correctly, Sample is one of the few characters that can actually work. If you're specifically on a male-only account. But if you're on a path-limited account, then I can't help you. You're gonna have to look through each path and see which characters can hit the balloon. I mean, it's not much of a reward, it's just 5 Jades, but hey, 5 Jades is 5 Jades. And, speaking of the devil, look who's waiting for us. Although, well, you'll see.
サンポ、あいつが何か企んでるのか。
またお会いしましたね。ああ、僕の忠告を気にもかけていないようだ。残念です。そんなにその少女に夢中なのですか？
Not really.
あなたは本当にあまりに周りが見えていない。
気をつけて。今ならはっきりわかる。君の友達には問題があるって。
I mean, aside from the fact that he called you March,
おや、この勇敢なお嬢さんはあなたを守りたいようですね。
should I
なぜ
say
でしょう、あなたたち。
she?
ふざけないで。
あなたの性格とっても好きですよ、お嬢さん。そこの足毛と違ってあなたの鼻が利くことも認めましょう。それでもあなたは集団に遅れをとっている。この状況になってもまだ気づいていないのですから、ファミリーが隠したこの美しい夢の裏に隠された秘密に。そして氷雪の世界を救った開拓者。散歩のやつ、ヤリーロ6の物語を一体どれだけ誇張したの？彼の話を信じちゃった方が悪いか。本当に足毛ちゃんには失望したよ。
If you pay attention to the speech pattern, you will also notice that Sampo does not exactly talk like himself, and as you can hear from the dialogue, that's not Sampo. Instead, it's a certain goldfish.
悪いけど本当の無
今日の中でちょっと眠
A
って
certain, very annoying goldfish.
うん
I think Sparkle is one of the more reliable characters in Penacony.
ここはどこだ？ホテルに戻ったのか？いや、この感じ、夢に入った直後の景色と雰囲気が似てる。
And we're basically sent to an area somewhere far, far away. Or more like deep into a dream. Think about it, if you fall asleep in a dream, where do you end up?
連絡はできないか。
In Penacony's case, it's somewhere out of reach, and somewhere that is pure nightmare fuel. Yeah, Sparkle is reliable, completing her goals, to complete troll her methods, but what do you expect from a servant of Aha? The Aeon that blew up the train because they thought it was funny.
うわ、なんだこれ。
Anyway, I hope you're not too easily affected by stories because this section is pure nightmare fuel. Okay, there's that. Now we're gonna have to fight that bat because there's no way to grab both of those without getting into a fight.
我に力を。我々はとうに嵐に踏み入った。守るべき者のために打ち崩せ。
騒ぎを起こしたくはない。生死虚実、一年の同点元気、超無一角。
悪いかも。
Speaking of Aha, it's gonna be interesting going to Planet Arcadia,
この程度か。
避けられない一戦。我に力を。
considering it's going to be a planet basically dedicated to Aha. And all we know about Aha is basically two things. First of all, they are a
結
major
末に
troll,
たどり着いてみせる。いい感じだ。
a major troll that only has one thing in mind, and that is having fun. Nothing else matters. If it's boring, they're not interested in it. And the second is they are absolutely, incurably obsessed with Akibili. Like seriously, if you play through the cinematic universe, Aha is ecstatic to meet you. And if you have been following the advertising campaign for Plan Arcadia, which finally managed to start properly after locking the devs in the basement for a month, you feel so sorry for those, for every single one of them. You would see that they actually made in canon fanfiction about Nanook, and Akiviri, and it's just pure telenovela.
ホタル
So funny.
やっぱり君もここに。
Yeah, you encountered Firefly in the corridor. She thought that this place might be the true dreamscape, and the dreaded secrets hidden there had something to do with the mysterious watchmaker. Firefly accompanied you in a search of a way out.
わかった。かくれんぼがしたいんだね。
Once again. Bird.
ここは通れないみたい。
There's nothing over there, but they're facing a wall. You can just ignore them. But you can't just cross that road, so you have to complete the puzzle over here to get through.
この部屋の構造。
It's not too difficult though.
もしかして
This is one of the more simple puzzle rooms because this is basically the tutorial.
迂回させたいのかな。
Considering you have to complete a tutorial that showcases this exact mechanic before getting here, it's kind of weird getting a tutorial a second time.
厳しく禁止されてるのに。
No, you're not required to engage with the big guy.
ナイトメア劇団じゃない。
Unless, of course, you want the bird. Nope.
ミハイル。
In order to get the bird, you have to fight the enemy, but... For now, you can completely ignore them.
いい感じだ
Then you can refill your bubbles. And there's a chest over here. You need to really think in 3 dimensions in this area. And just like that, we're on the other side. Formidable foe, that's a bit of a tricky place, but... no problem. Just put up a bridge, grab the sticker, you're free to go. A bird. So many origami birds. Yeah, this is a very messy room, but I'm sure we will survive. And by we, I mean me.
After all, I'm the one that's gonna have to solve the puzzles. この品が最後かな。
Now just hold on. Those are about to separate. Now, no matter what happens, I want to clear the battles in one fell swoop, so that I don't have to do 2 battles. These are kind of times when having a character like Acheron or Phainon is very useful.
生死虚実一年の同点元気超無一角
我に力を
Because they can just basically allow you to skip combat. Now there's other enemies, other characters that can help you with that goal by either making you invisible so that the enemies don't know how to, can see you, or making the enemies run away, or just making them friendly.
後悔しても遅い
我に力を
騒ぎを起こしたくはない
Somebody like
生死
Acheron
虚実同点元気
or Phainon is
超無
very
一角
useful. Unfortunately, on this account, both of them are banned.
避けられない我に
So
力を
even if their banner was today, I wouldn't be able to use them
我々はとうに嵐に踏み入っ
at
た
all.
守
No
るべ
point.
き者のために打ち崩せ
ランス戦
Though
闘準
there
備
are some people who might argue that after the end of
騒
Emporius,
ぎを起こしたくはない
technically every single Crisis Air member is on board the ship, so technically you should actually be able to use all of them, but
お注射のお休み
I actually don't consider that to apply. Because it actually does require a stretch in logic for it to apply. Because technically speaking, the characters themselves are not on the Astral Express, well, that's kind of a spoiler. And it's pretty recent, so I think I will not say it. But anyway, I consider the thing with Crisis Airs to not apply. So even though somebody else may permit them after completing Emporius through a technicality, I don't.
この品が最後かな。
Firefly discussed the floating text that kept appearing with you. You felt like you heard Mikhail from somewhere, and Firefly gleaned confusion, fear, sorrow, and determination to view death without dread.
Sonの意志よ。
これで万全だ騒ぎを起こしたくはない
どんな隙も見我に力を
争いに意味はない
大丈夫。
Be fine.
ランス戦闘準備。
平気よ
I'll just use the Trailblazer to weakness break the big
騒
guy.
ぎを起こしたくはない生死虚実
Meanwhile,
一
Donna's
同
gonna
点
have to
研
take care of the
究
little
超
one.
無一角
我に力を
槍先に火を。炎の槍を断ち切れ。
The thing about that,
手の
this kind of enemy is that
お休み
they actually take a considerably reduced damage if they're not weakness broken. So
騒ぎを
weakness
起こした
breaking
くはな
them
い
is less of a choice and more of a necessity.
ランス戦闘準備。
生死虚実同点元気超無一角
我々はとうに嵐に踏み入った守るべき者のために打ち崩せ。
後悔しても遅い。
At least it speeds up the combat considerably.
我に力を。
生死虚実同点元気超無一角。
Oh, there's an achievement for beating one of the
手の施しようがないわね。
formidable foe guys without the weakness breaking. That's a... Yeah, that would take forever.
おやすみ。
Because, yeah, as mentioned, they don't take much damage, so you're gonna have to chip them too. Well, you know.
過ぎ去ったことは重要ではない。
And having to beat an opponent through chip damage is never fun. Hold on. I'm gonna need to orientate myself. Real quickly. Because there's a... This gets you there, that gets you there. This gets you to puzzle, that gets you... Yeah, these rooms are really confusing. Now what you need to do, I think, is go over here. Like, could be completely wrong. Could be walking in circles.
これで万全だ。
This is a room that really messes with your head. While at the same time, you have to basically listen to
関連する記
a
述があっ
voice
た。
that sounds a lot like Misha. Essentially having a mental breakdown.
Ah, しっかりしまっておけ。
There's still a lot to explore here, like that puzzle over there.
対外的に約束してたのに。
Now this
ここには
can't actually get that
来
room.
るしかないね。ビースは両側の部屋に飛んでいったみたい。
At least not until the puzzle piece ends up in there. And there's always the dog watching. It's always one of them. As for why the building blocks leave you sad here, well, yeah. This is make Dream Taker puzzle. Yeah, as you can see, these function on a very specific kind of logic that remind you of a certain artist. My brain does not stretch that well to it, unfortunately. So it's quite difficult. Sometimes I've had to actually look up guides on how to do these puzzles. Even after doing them already successfully. They're not easy.
旅をしている甲斐がある。やっ。
The second one should be here. I could probably sneak over there, but the odds of success are low.
代価を払って我に
Now I
力を
will save that Trailblazer.
お注射の時間よ
生死虚実同点元気超無一角
おやすみ
For the second wave,
槍先に火を
so that I can
炎の
break
槍
that
を断つけ
immediately.
後悔しても遅い
避けられない我に
Speeds
力
of combat considerably.
生死虚実同点元気超無一角
自分の意志で結末にたどり着いてみせる。はっ
これでパズルの空きが埋まるはず。
Over there, and there's a bird over there. Makes me wonder how many of them I already have, and if I can already claim some rewards, but I don't think so. Yeah, you actually did pick up Light of the Bird. Basically, these birds do send you on a mission to find all their servants. And check from the map how many you have. No, I currently have 6, and I did intentionally miss that one. So I can't really complete that easily.
そういうことだったの
If
か。
I do, I'll probably do it off stream.
そろそろゴールかな。
孫悟の意志を。
これで万全だ
気迫を示せ
No, I'm putting up the buffs because I know what's gonna happen. So yeah, the music changes, the lights change, everything changes. You open the chest and all the lights from the room lit up at once. Firefly guessed that there might be a door that leads out on many others that don't. And there's a really creepy song. And a newsflash. Whichever door you take, doesn't matter. You're stuck in a loop. Yeah, did anybody order a horror movie?
テレビの光が眩しい。気をつけて。何かありそう。
There it is. Buff of the day. That bloody worm. Also known as Memories of Memes Something Unto Death. Also known as Sleepy.
下手に動くな
Yes, it sounds very cute, but it's not. There's nothing cute about this worm. Absolutely nothing cute about this worm. In fact, this worm at one time was a bane of my existence.
我に力を。我々はとうに嵐に踏み入った。守るべき者のために打ち崩せ。
Because if you don't beat it quickly, it starts having very troublesome abilities. And I'm actually prepared to lose.
我に力を。
Because it's just that troublesome. Oh, he's entering sunset. That's not good.
ランス戦闘準備。
Two stacks of sunset. Oh crap. Guess I don't have a choice. Yes, that's an instant kill. You saw right. That is very much an instant kill. The good news is that death is not forever. You can take the characters
やり
back.
先に火を炎の槍を断ち切れ。
途中で会ったモンスターたちに似てる。これがファミリーの隠し
At half HP. But it's one of those enemies that there's very little
一年のまない
benefit from healing.
同点
Because
剣
it
剣
you
超
can
無一
just
角
instant kill and it's
避けられない
unavoidable.
我に力を。
The character that takes action when it's in sunset state basically drops instantly.
どんな隙も見逃さない。
Though from other attacks you can still protect yourself
気
from.
にしないで。
So it's not like it's completely useless to keep yourself at full health. But it's not quite as useful to run a healer
ここから抜け出す方法は
as would be with basically any other enemy.
我々はとうに嵐に踏み入った。守るべき者のために打ち崩せ。
争いに意味はない
That should get it to
我に力を。
phase 2.
騒ぎを起こしたくはない
Which is even worse. Because it pits two characters to down instantly, but thankfully you don't have to fight it in that state. At least not yet, anyway. And not without help.
正しい方法を知らなければ死の影から逃れることはできないわ。
This is what's nice about story bosses. You have to get help against them. So it's this is actually a very dangerous situation because the worm has my DPS and a healer.
ブラックスワンと呼んでちゃう。
作戦を調整しながら。
But thankfully Black Swan is here helping. And yes, I can take full advantage of Black Swan's help.
俺が守る。
So just like that, they're free.
生死虚実
Start
一
by
年の同点元気超無一角
using an ultimate.
大丈夫。
我に力を。
And then just going as hard as I possibly can.
おやすみ。
Oh, here, worm.
争いに意味はない生死虚実一同点元気超無一角
So I'm going to save Black Swan's ability.
避
So
けら
here's
れ
what
ない
it
一
does.
戦。
Basically, I get to choose. I get to choose two characters that are going to get captured. And I'm going to choose Bronya.
生死虚
No,
実一年のマナリ
I would choose Bronya because I figured it would slip.
同点元
And Natasha
気超
because
無
they
一
are
角
the
ほんの気持ちよ。
easiest.
気にしないで。
安心しろ
槍先に火を
And the other two ultimates you can just use freely, you don't need to worry about them.
我々はとうに嵐に踏み
It's just the
入
first
った
one.
守るべき者のために打ち崩せ。手の施しようがないわね。
騒ぎを起こしたけど
Though the best thing would be to just beat it before you can do anything.
争いに意味はない
But it's unlikely to be that lucky. So now they'll recover from break, take two of my characters captive, and I will use Black Swan's ability as an AoE. Trailblazer's ability as an AoE.
我に力を。
Advanced Trailblazer forward.
守れ
Priorities.
また会いましょ
And fight. Now in similar universe, you're gonna have to fight that thing without help. And it's gonna be a what first. And you might want a good team. And by good, I mean high DPS, not high defense. Defense is useless against that worm.
う。目が覚めた寝ぼすけさん。いい夢を見たよね。
No, I wouldn't say I had a good dream. When you gain consciousness back in reality, you found out that it was Black Swan that brought you and Firefly out of the memory zone. Black Swan advised you to inform the crew of your safety first, and that she will answer all your questions afterwards. So yeah, we are finally awake. Or as awake as we can. For some reason there's a hound watching me here as well. And the friends are waiting
ブ
for
レッ
us
クス
here.
は姫子さん、ほら、約束通りこの子を連れて帰ってきたわ。
大丈夫？現
Kid.
実にも夢にもあんたがいなくて、うちめっちゃ心配したんだから。
無事でよかったわ。紹介するわね。彼女はブラックスワン、ガーデン・オブ・リコレクションのメモキーパーよ。
So yeah, Black Swan reported to Himako that she had successfully brought you back. Himako then introduced you formally to Black Swan, Member Keeper from the Garden of Recollection, and asked about your previous experience in the Dreamscape.
つまり君を襲ったのは赤い服を着た幻術が得意で他人の姿に化けられる女性ということか。
Yeah, basically. And, you may be interested in knowing if you are looking for a way home, you should probably consult her because she apparently knows how to get there. Yeah, Black Swan claimed that the person who cast you into the dreamscape was a masked fool named Sparkle. And the strange memory zone you saw came from Penacon itself. What you saw was the true form of the dreamscape. Scary.
ピ
Creepy.
ノコニーの美しい夢は沈没している。元の姿に戻って深海に沈んでいるの。
So yeah, it's not doing...
沈没？
This world is not doing great right now.
無境世界は崩れかけてるってこと？
Yeah, basically yes.
無境ホテルで起きていることはその予兆よ。
なるほど。これでファミリーの言葉の違和感にも説明がつく。
The Black Swan claimed that the dreamscape was breaking down and the Penacony was not completely safe. This was something that the family was keeping secret. Thus, she proposed a cooperative effort between her and the Express in exchange for the memories of Trailblaze. So it's basically a deal. We get Black Swan's help, she gets something extra for her collection. Because when Black Swan collects our memories, she's just a normal memory keeper. She basically just makes a record, and we keep the memories. She just gets a copy. Now, the other factions are a bit scarier, because we do have Freematers, who consider some memories to be, well, let's just say, not that good. So they just clean up the garbage by destroying some memories and substituting something that they believe is more appropriate. Then there's also a third faction that is completely chaotic. So yeah, Garden of Recollection and police followers are far from being a monolith.
姫子、どう思う？
彼女の話は信用できない。意図的に誘導しようとする要素が少なくなかったわ。でも私は最悪の可能性を心配してるの。もし本当に無境の異変が存在していて、それが自然発生したものではなく、
だとしたらそれは高確率で時計屋の招待状と関係があるだろうな。
なんでそうなるの？
極端な状況は置いておくとして、無境の異変を推し進めようとする意図、ファミリーと対立する立場、誰かが外部の勢力を引き入れファミリーに揺さぶりをかけピノコニーを掌握しようとしているか、あるいはファミリーが自分たちを守るため密かに外界に助けを求めざるを得なかったかだ。だが招待状の暗号文、そしてファミリーの反応を見るに前者である可能性。
つまり七死人の暗号文を発信した人物と無境の異変の黒幕は同じ陣営。
でもそれって何の説明にもなってなくない？やり方だけなら愚者やリドラーにだって真似できるし、カンパニーだって解読に成功したんでしょ？
美月ちゃん、落ち着いて。これはただの可能性よ。でもこの暗号文がただのいたずらじゃなくて、
次は俺が発見したことについて話そう。残念ながら確かな筋からの情報によると、ピノコニーで銀色の鎧を着た背の高い男性を目撃した者がいるらしい。俺はハウンド家に話を聞いたり、その侵入者に会ったという来賓たちを訪ねたりしたんだが、その結果これを手に入れた。
5本聞こえる？久しぶり、請求列車。
Yeah. Silver Wolf sent a message to the Astral Express claiming that the so-called Stellaron hunter Sam had already arrived at Penacony. Silver Wolf transmitted a set of codes to the crew, which allowed you to access the deep dreamscape you experienced before.
性格ハンターのやつら、ピノコニーにまで根を張ってるなんて。
Well claimed that the Molten Knight Sam was once genetically altered member of Glamot's Iron Cavalry and was an extreme threat. After some discussion, you decided to explore the dreamscape and seek out the truth before informing the family.
ブラックスワン、列車組はあんたに協力するわ。
Himeko told Black Swan that the crew was willing to cooperate, but just to be safe, Welp will remain in reality to prepare for negotiations with the family.
しばらく忙しくなりそうだけど、ホタルは現実に戻れたのかな。
Well, she's a stowaway, so turn to have to reality might be a bit more difficult.
ブラックスワンに聞いてみるか。
Though personally, I wouldn't be that worried about her. She's behaving, after all, exactly as was written. Those who know, know. And those who don't know will find out soon.
落ち着きがないわ。気になることがあるなら遠慮。そうね。
So let's enter Silver Wolf's code.
親愛なるお客様、ピノコニーへようこそ。
見慣れた部屋に戻ってきた。
こっちよ。
Oh, a bird. So yeah, we're back.
どうしたの？気分でも悪い？
Black Swan inquired about your physical condition and used a little trick to improve your feelings. Black Swan could sense March 7th and Himeko's presence via tokens within the memory zone and thus led you to reunite with them.
ナノの部屋は端の方だったな。まずはナノ
This
と
is
合
not a
流しよ
point
う。
yet. I should probably check on the stickers. As you can see, Do I actually have any new stickers, or is the game just messing with me? Yeah, it's just messing with me. Yep, these nights are short and cold. Push forward alongside the lady. At the dream's edge, where most ordinary guests are restricted from entering, you and Firefly witnessed miraculous sights and left traces of your shared presence. You can still recall how you felt at that moment. Nah, just an interlude. You and the girl witnessed the meteor shower in a fantastic dream together. However, you know this is but a brief tenderness along this bumpy journey. You smile for the moments you deem appropriately wonderful, but that doesn't mean you'll overly cling to anyone or anything. You know there's a difference between short interludes and long symphonies quite well. Let's just put some stickers down. See if we can actually get those 20 jades. Now, if you are interested in the stickers, you can make some really nice settings here. Yep, but just short. But some of the stickers are in rather annoying places, specifically behind some NPC's dialogue. Okay, a certain someone's past. This is where we visit just now. Some unknown individual's memories have been edited into a maze that almost trapped within you. If your memory can take shape, you think it will be... let's say a lush and verdant forest. If your memories had a shape, you believe it would be a lush and secluded forest mixed with a rush of the scent of soil and something more mysterious. Even if you enter this dominion yourself, you'll run the danger of becoming lost in the fog. Ooh, ominous. And as you can see in this level, the stickers can float. And actually get that ominous message there. And a few others as well. Somehow actually managed to get all of them. And then another dreamfall. More and more important persons have taken to the stage. The dreamscape is drowned by the deep waters, and the future is entangled in the threads. Every step you take leads to the unknown mysteries. Do you still remember the two women who were beside you at the time? If you have to make a choice, which of them would you prefer to control your future? Neither. You're surrounded the right to choose. You surrender the right to choose. You'd rather go to war against fate alone. Any signals of kindness could be a camouflage. Elsewhere in a war between the strong. Then take the journey on your own and carry through your stubborn and lonely trailways. Well, it's not really that lonely, I would say. I have friends. But to say you would entrust my entire future in their hands, that's a whole different thing. But I would have to say, I'm sure they're both quite strong and reliable. Marge, you there? Marge, it's me.
あなたが何を考えているのかわかるけど、残念ながら、
Well,
記憶域に足を踏み入れた瞬間から、現実の建物構造は意味がないの。同じように、ナビゲーターさんの言うロビーを見つけるには、
yeah, this place is a maze.
この足取りもおぼつかない。
But not to
哀
us.
れな子たち。え？彼女は
Oh.
こんなことがあり得るの？
If it is an Acheron.
ここはまさかスタッフがいないのか？
Oh no, and you are very badly lost, girl.
どうしてあなたたちが？
Did you lose your way again?
その言い方は正しくないな。私はただ自分がどこにいるのかわからないだけだ。
That's the definition of being lost.
二人とも挨拶はそのくらいにして、今は力を合わせて。
力を合わせてか。
And a small interlude of combat where you can actually take advantage of. After all, Black Swan.
生死虚実一年の同点元気超無一角
我に力を。
後悔しても遅い。
The TVs are the worst.
おやすみ。
Especially since things like dot and follow attack make it very
やっと静かになったな。
それはこちらが聞きたいのだけど。
Akira revealed to you why she was there. Once you discovered that your goals were aligned, she invited you to press on as companions, so she could prevent harm from befalling you or Black Swan. I was actually trying to collect a sticker, but oh well. Let's farm real quickly. Can't actually.
通れないか。
You're not actually free to explore just yet. Now, eventually, the doors will be unlocked, and you're free to explore the area on your own with the whole place covered in monsters, but that's not yet. There's a ticker, but I'm gonna ignore it. Oh, it's just how it is, and why are you confused? You've seen this before.
記憶域の形は
You arrived in an inverted room. Black Swan claimed that this was because the memory zone was constantly changing. To leave this place, Black Swan taught you a technique for moving between memory zones.
どう？奥室があな
Which
た
we
の
have
周
already
りを
been
流れて
using
いるのを感じる。
because we learned it from
次は適当な場所を探して
Black
壁を
Swan.
歩いてみましょう。
No, we can't actually go there. Planning on chasing me all the way here? Of course not. Now let me think for a moment. I don't think this is a complicated puzzle room. Basically, we only have one place we can go. And that's over there. So I'll just wait for the TVs to be close enough together to attack them at once.
孫悟の意志よ。
争いに意味はない。
代価を払ってもらう。我に力を。
ほんの気持
Well, I
ち
did
よ。
not mean to do
気
that.
にしないで。
我々
But
はとうに
again, it's
嵐
a
に踏み
typical
入った守るべきもののた
tiny
めに
hands on a full-size keyboard.
おやすみ。
ランス戦闘準備。
Now, it would be nice if I could use a keyboard that was more fit for my tiny hands, but unfortunately the smaller keyboards tend to not have a numpad, which is not negotiable.
生死虚実同点元気超無一角
避けられない我に力を。
騒ぎを起こしたく
So yeah, this is basically the only way to go.
争いに意味はない
我に力を。
騒ぎを起こしたくはない生死虚実 同点元気超無一角
おやすみ。
俺が守る。
The enemies at this point are very tough. I'm trying to think what the next tough enemy is. I think it's Sam. Looks like it's Sam.
まさか本当にできるとはな。
メモキーパーにとってこの程度の記憶域は子供の遊び場に過ぎないわ。さあ、正門から出ましょう。
Thankfully, the enemies don't have very good memories when it comes to dragging you. Now let's take a look. But there is that ramp over there, which you can use to get to that formidable foe and get that chest. But to save time, I'll just continue along the difficult path, especially considering, as I've stated, I'm not doing formidable foes until I'm max level.
ここは行き止まりか。
The ultimate challenge.
うまくできたわね。
Look forward to it. The ultimate challenge, formidable foe run.
記憶の才能があるわ。
Okay, let's grab that blue chest and also open the shortcut to the previous area for if or when I decide to look around the area again. I'm supposed to walk forward,
エレベーターがある。
but I'll just look around very quickly and check my chest.
これに乗れば
And
目
over
的地
here we have a regular treasure chest
でも
and a cabin of corrosion.
前方の記憶域を
Again, nowadays you
か
can
な
just
りひ
use
どく
everything
歪
from
められ
the
ているみたい。
menu, but
二人とも
in the past you needed to actually find those to use them. And over here, there's a formidable foe and a big treasure chest. And also a bird over there.
対処法を考えよう。
But getting it risks being noticed, so I'm not playing this game. The dinosaur has very keen ears. There's a butt of treasure just like right over there. And take the elevator to the next level.
ほら、そんなに簡単ではないと言ったでしょ。ここはどこかしら。
このドアも鍵がかかっているのか。
You arrived before another locked door. Black Swan decided to use her Memo Keeper abilities to explore the dreamscape. Though, through such means, she saw Firefly was always seeking a way to the lobby, but was pursued by an unknown threat. And time for another puzzle.
今回は例外的な手段を使ってあなたたちを連れて記憶域を突
Now, I
破
have
す
to
るしかな
say,
い。
this particular scene did not.
記憶域から彼女の思考をいくつか拾い上げ
The
た
scene where Firefly was being chased by an unknown threat did not
あ
give
な
her a
たた
very
ち
good
が彼
look.
女に対するイメージを組み立てるのを助けて
Like,
くれる。この思
If you
考
think
を
about it,
頭の中でしっかり掴んで
if you don't
整理
know,
して形にしてちょうだい。
it's a case of a scared girl being chased by a big man in a robot
いくつ
costume.
か補足したのだけど、
But if you
ここ
know,
に現れた友人
then
は彼女だ
it
けじゃない
actually starts to piss you off a
あなた
little,
たちが遭難した時現場にいた第三者
because that would mean that all of this is
あ
a
の
farce.
記憶域ミームあれもそこにいるわ。
But again, things have changed,
早くここを
so I will
通り抜
not
けて。
say much more. But let's just say, after finding out Firefly's little secret, I was actually very mad at her after this scene. But that was then and this is now. Now we're neutral, now we're cool. Alright, you felt your thoughts disturbed by the swirling waters, and suffered a suffocation that consumed you from the inside out. In the boundless darkness, you heard Firefly's whispers and sighs.
気をつけろ。近くから危険な匂いがする。二人とも警戒を解かないで。
And time for drama. Not ours. This kid's.
孫悟の意志よ。
And a trauma that was completely unnecessary and could have been avoided. And I kind of still think so, that this entire trauma could have been avoided, and if one person had actually decided to talk. If one person hadn't lied, this entire trauma could have been avoided. Well, just happened.
こっちを見て、落ち着いて、深呼吸するんだ。私がやるわ。落ち着いて。
Black Swan went forth to confirm Himeko and March 7's safety, while Akron comforted you as you suffered from your state of shock. I mean, who wouldn't ever see that? She said that if she only drew her blade, perhaps she could have saved Firefly, but she had no other choice. Black Swan returned with news, saying that she brought Himeko and March 7 back to reality. Himeko had agreed to meet you at the Clocky statue. Before the meeting, you had the opportunity to investigate Firefly. Akron turned around and walked towards the place where Firefly was attacked. Mourning the loss, may death be the end of your boundless dream, guiding you back to waking world.
行こう。こっちよ。ついてきて。
To think that this entire scene could have been avoided. But Firefly's a Stellaron hunter. Oh, sorry, I wasn't supposed to say that. That hasn't been revealed yet. But yeah. Yeah, Hoyo needs to put trauma everywhere. At least one traumatic event. And this isn't even that bad. Just wait until Aporius. Bird. I mean, Amphorius managed to make a number into a trauma trigger. This Firefly case, on the other hand, well, give me back my tears. Well, sure, it was sad and traumatic at the time. It truth still remains that this entire trauma could have been avoided, and she's fine. No worries. She's fine. The worm is actually not that dangerous.
この品が最後かな。
どういうこと？奥室が急に。
争いに意味はない。
3 televisions. Let us stop to be
やり先に
televisions.
火を、炎の槍を断ち切れ。
Well, at least I got an achievement out of that one.
生死虚実同天元家超無一角。
代価を払っても我に力を。
ランス戦闘じゃ。
お注射のお休み。
俺が
Oh,
守る。
thank you so much. You're so kind. Now, get lost.
我に力を。悪いこと。
ランス戦闘準備。
騒ぎを起こしたくはない。
炎の槍を断ち切れ。
生死虚実同天元家
Now,
超
it's
無
really
一角。
difficult when I don't have proper AoE.
避けられない
Kinda
犠
wish
牲。
I did. So I guess you could say this is why I
お休み。
unlocked Serval, but Serval's actually for later.
自
There's
分
an
の意
upcoming
志で
fight where
結末にたどり着いてみせる。
single target attack is counterproductive.
焼け焦げた残骸。
かすかに火が残っているな。
しばらくは歩くペースを落とした方が良さそうね。
Yeah, I suppose we can slow down a little as well. Stop rushing forward so much.
このモンスターは熱兵器か何かで死んだみたいだな。
So yeah, something basically turned these enemies into
このモンスター
burned
は
them to a crisp.
高熱反応で死んだみたいだ。
おかしい。この痕跡は少し前に残されたもので、誰かがここから立ち去ったばかりであることを示唆している。
その手がかりだけでは。
あなたの直感は何と言っている？以前、記憶は嘘をつかないと言っていただろう。
Are you sure the remembrance doesn't lie? Yeah, this is a very well grilled beans. But yeah, actually, are you sure the remembrance doesn't lie? Because I would not actually be so sure about that. I mean, cremators are basically just how should I say it? Cremators are basically just Enigmata followers under Remembrance banner. Yeah, that's how I say it.
これらの残骸の記憶から判断すると、その人物は大柄で平均的な成人男性よりはるかに頑丈。行動に迷いがなく、すべて一撃で命を奪っている。彼はロビー側のドアから入ってきて、ホテルのさらに奥へと向かった。だとすれば、これまでに起こったことのすべてを見ているはずだけど、前言撤回。できるだけ早くホタルさんの姿が焼き付けられた記憶域に行きましょう。このターゲットの仕事ぶりを考え、彼の目的地もそこだったとしたら、もう現場には何の手がかりも残っていないかもしれないわ。二人ともこっちよ。できるだけ安全な近道を作るわ。
Alright, follow Black Swan's lead. And she will eventually guide you out.
見て
But keep your eyes open so you don't get ambushed by.
その廊下を通り抜けてミームを驚かせないよう気をつけてちょうだい。
Please do not alert the memes.
これはまさに目を奪われる輝きだな。
Yeah, that's a
この部屋なのか。
yeah, that's a very magnificent room, and that's a very magnificent chandelier over there.
ええ、
It looks very pretty up there.
ここの真下。
Just a little bit heavy. And very sharp. But, Black Swan, are you sure we can get through here? There doesn't seem to be a way down.
そうじゃなきゃ近道とは言えないでしょ。二人はメモキーパーのように物理的な構造物を通り抜けることはできないけれど、この部屋の下の階に安全にたどり着ける
Yeah, you could
いい
even say that the
方法がある。
chandelier is pointed right at something.
簡単よ。この大きなシャンデリアが見える？これから私たちは常識に合った物音を作るの。前に教えたことを覚えてる？奥室の流れを感じて、壁を歩いて、そしてそれに近づく。
Just one puzzle after another. But the puzzles are fun. They are outside the rules of engagement, so I can just have fun doing them organically, or should I say naturally.
この品が最後かな。
And if you're wondering what this is, well, this is a route that actually takes you to the bar. Like right over there. But the route is closed right now for story reasons, so we're not going there. But if you take this route, you will find a bar. There's also an alternate way to get there. But at the moment, that is also closed. There's a fun event there as well, where you can mix drinks. The only thing that really matters about the drinks is how they look. Though it would be very interesting to one day just gather up a bunch of ingredients that seem like they could be corresponding to the drinks on the bar menu. You're not following me. Stay over there. But yeah, as I was saying, it would be very fun to someday try to guess what ingredients those drinks could be corresponding to in the real world. And then basically try to make those drinks and see how they work. Or if they work. I mean, some drinks are just going to be very difficult or impossible to do. Mainly because either the ingredients don't exist or the drinks themselves violate the laws of physics. But either way. It would be interesting to see how it works. Or if it works. Okay, that door's locked, so I won't be going there. Now about the drinks tutorial, there is actually one drink that I have tried. simply because I was absolutely certain that that drink violated laws of physics and was impossible. Like, it should not work. Shouldn't exist. And it's actually quite a famous drink from Aquarius. So I was certain it wouldn't work. Because, I mean, if you think about it, it shouldn't work. It shouldn't be possible for you to combine pomegranate juice and milk and not get cheese. It should not be possible. However, it turned out that if you have the right kind of milk and the correct ratio, which is at most 1 part. Well, I don't exactly remember the ratios, but if you have the correct ratio of juice and milk, and the right kind of milk, you can actually make a drink that works. You do get some very, very small kernels in there, but it is still a drink, and it actually has a fruity and yogurty taste, and it was pretty good. I was actually shocked that it worked. Because it shouldn't have. I mean, pomegranate juice is extremely acidic. That stuff should have curdled completely right away. But apparently, if you pour the juice into milk and stir constantly, and you have the right kind of milk that has the correct protein structure, you can get it to work. Who would have thought? Well, certainly not me.
我々はとうに嵐に踏み入った守るべき者のために打ち崩せ
And I would definitely be interested in trying different kinds of culinary experiments from video games and anime and such in real life. If I had the time and if I had the ingredients, then well, possibly if I have company, because doing that alone is just kind of sad. Although, maybe interesting as well. But what's the point of doing experiments if you have nobody to share them with? Other than the person you live with, of course. Though if the experiment is a failure, they will forever hold a grudge against you for ruining dinner. That hasn't happened yet in this household, but... well, let's just say that neither one of us is a very nice company when hungry. Let's see if I can try to bypass the fight. Yeah, looks like that worked. Oh, and about that pomegranate juice thing, I should probably say, before anyone accuses me of using the diluted stuff made from concentrate, no, I used whole juice. The kind of stuff that gives you heartburn if you drink too many glasses. So yeah, mixed pomegranate juice with milk is not impossible, but it takes the right ingredients. And personally, I like it. Somebody else may know. But yeah, let's just drop a chandelier and open a shortcut. Well...
ここから飛び降りるのか。
大丈夫。私が少し操作して夢の泡を積み上げてあなたたちを快適に軟着陸させてあげるわ。さあ、準備して。
本当に無事に着地できた。
メモキーパーがいないときは真似しないようにね。噂を聞きつけてやってきた好奇心旺盛な子たちに。
Straight into the fight. Now the sweet gorilla is also a little troublesome foe, but it does help to have a good shielder. Because if you have a shield, then the attacks will just bounce off.
生死虚実同点元気超無一角
So of course, it's first have to have a shield up. Over here.
槍先に火を炎の槍を断ち切れ
避けられない一戦我々は塔に
And
嵐
the
に
rebound attacks do total
守
damage.
るべき者のために打ち崩せ
So basically, for a Sweet Gorilla, the best thing you could have is a good shielder like Aventurine or Donghong from Mercenarii or Japard, March, Goodil. In this case, I'm using Trailblazer, who's adequate.
おやすみ
But still, the better the shield, the more survivability you have.
争いに意味はない
My options of shielders are right now basically just Trailblazer and March because I don't have Japard yet.
我に力を
But I'm gonna wish I had Japard soon.
ほんの気持ちよ気にしないで
The time hasn't come yet, but soon I will wish I had a better shielder.
俺が守る
Might have to mix up the team at some point as well.
これで邪魔者は消えたわねさあちょっとしたマジックを披露してあげる
What sort of magic trick are we talking about? Am I gonna like it or am I going to hate it? Let's just click around, make sure I've missed nothing.
そっちじゃないわ
Yeah, right now we are not free to explore.
準備はいいびっくりしないように気をつけて
これはホタルか
ええこの部屋に残された彼女に関する記憶よ地面のわずかな振動前後関係については少し整理する必要があるけれどさあ急いでちょうだいこの規模の記憶の再現は私の消耗も激しいから
あの時彼が出会ったあれは私が間違っていなければきっと時計屋と関係がある
彼女あなたの名前を挙げたな
影でもそう呼んでいるならあなたたちの関係は本当に悪くなかったみたいねともかく
Well, I wouldn't say close.
彼女は自分の発見を
We only know each other for like a day.
だが彼女は
At least from my perspective
ま
at
だ
this
自
point in
分
the
が
story.
被害者になることを知らない
どうしてこれじゃ約束と違う
Again, we are not at that free to explore besides that.
どうしてドアが開かない
これまでの言葉から推測するとホタルの同行者は途中で彼女を裏切りこの部屋に閉じ込めそして自分も行方不明になった
Yeah, or at least so it looks at the
彼女は
moment.
この取引は時計屋に関係があると言っていたわ
Given
時計屋
the
に接
reality
触
of the
するという
situation,
ことは
this particular
多くの
chain
人
of
にとって
events that
は
these
タブーみたい
two
な
ladies are suspecting is completely impossible.
遺産を横取りしたかったのか事情を知る人間を
Firefly's memory stated the door won't open as a dead end. Firefly was trapped in the room. Perhaps this was her companion's original plan to use her as bait for the memories on me. Well, this is actually impossible.
横の廊下
It's
か
a
ら
nice
出る
theory,
以
but it's
外
impossible.
彼女に道はないわ
Let's grab the chest, grab the bird. Get over here. Hey.
変幻自在の通路は記憶域ミームを指し示している。彼女は完全に
出口だ。これに沿っていけば出られるかも。
残念だけれどこの道は最終的に
Okay, now we're here.
死の巣窟へ
Back
つ
here.
ながっている。
And we are about to get to the boss fight. And I think I should mix up the teams a bit. Because as stated before, characters do more damage if they break. And the problem is, out of these 4 lovelies here, nobody is going to break the next fight. Which is going to be bad, considering it's a very... that break is going to be a very important mechanic unless you want to chip through the boss. Well, you could just chip through the boss, because, well, how should I say it? Sam is not exactly a difficult boss fight. However, for the sake of education, I will make a slightly better... a different team with a slightly better lineup. Let's use this slot. First of all, we are going to need a shielder, so Trailblazer has to be on the team. Then, for main DPS, we're going to be using Serval. Because Serval can break. The 3 elements to look forward to in the next fight are Lightning, Quantum, and Imaginary. On the other hand, elements like Fire and Wind are going to be counterproductive, as well as Ice. Because those are going to be resisted. Which is why I'm not using Dan Hong, even though he's technically my strongest attacker at the moment. For healer, using Natasha, because I still don't have links. And then, who should I use? My selection is not exactly very good at the moment. Yeah, I think I'll most likely end up with a team that looks like this, so let's just do that.
ブローニャ、あんたはきっと母親より遠くに行ける。
でも
Because this is not... I'm not... how to say it? I'm not married to Dan Hong in this run, in a sense that I'm not forced to use him. As much as I love the guy, I'm not forced to use him, and right now he's gonna be hitting 20% less in the following fight, so I'm going to be using Serval, who can actually hit properly. So I will have to check if I have something better now. For light cone wise, I don't think... doesn't look like it. So the seriousness of breakfast looks like it might work. That's useless. That's just... that works on Herda and nobody else but Herda. Yeah, I think I will go with the standard Lycone. It's not very good, but I'll have to. But I will give it a few levels. Just to be on the... and just to have something to attack with. Hello. We are preparing for a sand fight. Yep, I think that's good enough. For a standard light cone, that will be tossing the moment I get the chance. Build-wise, that's not the best. But it's not the worst either. Let's just enhance that one. And get those boosts up and stuff. The idea right now is not to make the most perfect build, it's just to get something adequate enough to function. Yep, there, that should do it. Now for this following fight, the energy regen is going to be very valuable. Even though those are basically crap relics. But apparently the game decided those are the best. Okay, let's go with that. It's not a perfect build, but it'll have to do. As you can see, I've been doing very well on that front.
そしてこれが結末。二人ともあそこ。
Yeah, let's just get the buffs up.
気迫を示せ。
Now Zerbil can't actually buff herself unlike
誰かが
Dunhunk.
待っていたようね。いよいよ表舞台に出るつもりなのかしら。
But overall, this is not technically a very difficult fight.
気をつけろ。
巡回レンジャーにメモキーパーこのまま去れば誰も傷つきませんでなければ全員死にます。探偵ごっこ
Again, this is
あなたたち
also
はここにいるべきではありません。
technically an avoidable fight.
邪魔しに来たの？
Now here's the thing, Sam actually does not have weakness break at the moment, so you can't break him at first. However, he will gain the ability to be weakness broken at some point.
消滅開始
And for it, when that happens,
炎の槍を断ち切れ。
there I have a shield up now.
おやすみ。
It is important to have Serval Soul.
我に力を。
So let's focus on chip damage until then.
私は
There.
大会に火をつける
That's a special state. Now in the special state, it's a bit tricky in the sense that while Sam can now be weakness broken, every time you use a skill, it hurts. And if you're wondering how much it hurts, that much. It doesn't look like much, but it will stack. So you want to avoid using skill as much as possible, which is why
己を解き放つ準備はいい？
I wanted to have the ult.
ランス戦闘準備。
Now the good news is Sam does not actually do much damage. Basically, Black Swan is going to be the one.
全ての人に伝えてください。あなたたちの旅を終わらせたのは性格ハンターだと。ロックオン処刑。
我々はとうに嵐に踏み
I
入
could really use the heal, but I have to wait until Natasha gets an ult.
おやすみ。ほんの気持ちよ。気にしないで。
助かった。ありがとう。槍先に火を。炎の槍を断ち切れ。
殲滅プラン消滅開始
So let's check. Yeah, that's not the kind of damage you want to constantly be taking. But the good news is, the skill points will stop burning eventually. And that eventually is whenever Sam gets weakness broken. So as you can see, that's not easy. Now, looks like Serval is in such a pinch that I'm actually going to have to take some damage. Oh, thanks Sam. With that I just got the ultimate. Oh yeah, true. Sam has some really nice music. So I guess it's appropriate to send a Rockstar after all. Now Serval is not exactly the strongest character, but he's definitely adequate for early game. And you will be hearing me say that a lot about characters, which is adequate. Because ultimately a lot of characters aren't exactly, especially the 4-stars aren't exactly that strong. But they are adequate for the purpose of getting through the game and surviving the battle. And ultimately the game is relatively kind. And that Star Rail actually does give you the characters you need in order to survive the combat, and everything else is up to you. Unless you're doing one of those silly challenges like I am. Okay, I'm gonna have to take some damage on the boss as well, because Bronya is well looking good. And Zerbo's not looking good either. So I'm gonna have to eat some damage. But that should sort of heal so I can actually take a bit more damage. I should still have the weakness broken. Yeah, that heal came in a pinch. I'm feeling that Nadasha's skills are not as strong as they should be. But yeah, there is an achievement to use the SP, but the use of the SP comes at a cost. Which you may or may not be willing to do in a story boss. Trying to clear the achievements is usually better saved for reruns. And the times when you have to refight the boss. And there's the fire again, but should be okay. I managed to heal up pretty well there. But yeah, Sam thankfully gets enough appearances in similar universe. Well, not similar to universe, but Memory of Chaos, so you can redo the fight pretty often. The Verdant universe you will see him quite a few times. And there's the fight is over.
譲ってあげましょ
う。素晴らしいショーを見せてもらったよ。
Oh, hello there.
お疲れ様、メモキーパー。なかなかいいおびき寄せ作戦だったね。
There's Aventurine. Also known as Reading or Turing or whatever nickname you want to give him. Gambler. He has many names. But yeah, as I was saying, Sam gets enough reappearances in the simulated and Divergent universe that you really didn't need to worry about getting the achievement immediately. Thankfully. This guy, on the other hand, well, you'll see, eventually.
レンジャーとハンターが一緒にいるのを見たときは、さすがの僕も心臓が縮んだけど、まさか君が彼らを戦わせることに成功するとは思わなかったよ。
約束通り、この子をあなたの前に連れてきたわ。これで取引完了よ。
Black Swan is just playing many sides. And he still are in this together, huh? See?
我らが七死人の友人はまだ状況が把握できていないらしい。でも大丈夫。ちゃんと説明してあげるから。簡単にまとめると、君はこのお姉さんに感謝した方がいい。彼女は君を騙そうとしたわけじゃなく、むしろ君のことを救ったんだ。その巡回レンジャーの手からね。
Well, she's not really that dangerous and you are misreading the situation, but okay.
いいね、そういう驚いた表情。僕大好きなんだよね。
Aventurine is acting under the impression that his deductions are correct. Now, he is completely incorrect about Acheron being a danger to us, but regardless, his intentions are... Well, I can't say his intentions are good, per se, although maybe they are, depends on how you look at good. But anyway, he's not an enemy at the moment.
ぶっちゃけて言うけど、このヨミって女は君が思ってるほど単純じゃない。自分は巡回レンジャーだって言ってたみたいだけど、彼女は指令の一人。死と終局をもたらすものだ。
Nope, she is an emanator. There's the info bomb. Now, at this moment, we had no idea what kind of emanator she was. But we knew she was an emanator. But yeah, Acheron was actually right there at the sea, so she has an alibi. Me.
あの場？あの場って、ああ、まさか。ああ、神よ。これは面白くなってきたぞ。
He's just having a time of his life. You know what, you could say that him not being a masked fool is a missed opportunity.
カンパニーの資料をあげよう。
But I suppose IPC gets him where he wants to be faster. Or maybe becoming a masked fool wouldn't even get him to his goals. Wait, Duke Inferno. What do you mean fought before? Oh, right. It's, that's the event that I haven't done.
全然印象に残ってないみたいだね。所詮はアナイア・レイトギャング。その程度ってことか。メーカ大公はトフェトから来たエンマで元素生命体の一種だ。そしてその出自はある天才と少々関係があると言われている。
I wonder which genius.
仲間と栄華艦艇を結成した彼はナヌークを首とみなしているんだけど、実際にはその大公の指導を受けて四方を焼き略奪を行い壊滅の意志を実践してる。他のアナイアレイトギャングすら 彼らが見逃すことはない。ファミリーのおつむに何か問題があったのか、誰かが手を加えたのかはわからないけど、なぜかそいつらにも招待状が届いてしまったんだ。もちろん栄華艦艇は断ることなく押し寄せてきた。宴の星を火の海にすると誓ってね。でも心配する必要はないよ。彼らは約束の場所には来ないから。なぜだかわかるかい？
Because of a certain woman with a sword.
それはね、アフリートが死んだからさ。
As expected.
彼らは約束の場所に向かう途中で全滅した。犯人は神業とも言うべき手口でアフリートを惨殺。アナイアレイトギャングが受け取った招待状を奪ったんだ。映画艦艇も崩壊してバラバラになった。その後ピノコニーに到着した謎の巡回レンジャーはオルゴールを頼りにホテルにチェックインしたというわけさ。まだ話を続ける必要はあるかい、マイフレンド？
So it was after all.
巡回レンジャーは神出鬼没でお互いの交流も乏しい。隠れ蓑としては最高だ。彼女が口を割らない限り証拠はゼロだ。カンパニーなら追跡調査する方法もあるけど時間がかかる。だから君が選んでくれ。今すぐ振り返ることなくここを離れて真実に近づくチャンスを永遠に放棄するか、あるいは僕の誘いを受け入れピノコニーをひっくり返せるほどの真実を知るか。
Now this is actually a point where the game gives you a choice. I mean, this choice isn't just venturing saying that we can leave without looking back, or we can accept this invitation and search for the truth.
僕には君の助けが必要だから返事は待つけど、あまり長くは待てない。準備ができたらついてきてくれ。僕に協力するかどうかについてはその真実を見てから決めても遅くはないと思うけどね。
ヨミがアイオンの指令？アベンチュリンの話は本当に信用できるのか？でもあいつは選択の余地を与えてくれた。もう一度ブラックスワンと話をした方がいいかもしれない。
Yeah, this moment. Wait, I hear a bird. Hold on a second. I hear a bird. Get over here. But yeah, this point, we actually have a choice.
まあ傷ついた小動物のような顔をしているわね。それでも私と話をしてくれるの
Now you can ask for additional information. Are you willing to bring me out of this memory zone?
ええ、もちろん。あなたが混乱しているのも悲しんでいるのもわかる。あの女の子が誰であれ、一人の生きた人間の終わるべきではない記憶があんな風に消され、それでもアベンチュリンさんを信じてほしい。あるいはもっと私を信じて。あなたのことは私が守るわ。彼からもっと情報を引き出してから仲間のもとに送り返してあげても、真実のために、そしてこれ以上の無駄な犠牲を防ぐためにも、これが最善の選択なの。
And this is the point where the game gives you a choice. You can actually say no. And say, yeah, I've had enough of this, I'm not gonna deal with this, I don't trust you, I don't trust the gambler, get me out of here. And if you do, you get one of the game's currently 4 alternate endings. I think it was 4. There's the one right before you join the Express, where if you choose not to join the Express, you get the alternative ending where you basically live a very boring life on the Herta space station as a researcher. Then there is a moment in your room where you have a choice to essentially sleep until the end of time, and you actually do sleep until the end of time. And then third one is this one, where the alternate ending is basically a very more implicit than explicit. Basically, you're given the picture that you leave Penacony. I'm not gonna play through it because that's gonna be extra time, but I will explain. What basically happens is you get a summary that explains that you just continue your journey and everything is fine. But there is a very strong implication that what actually happens is you are trapped in an eternal dream and you never wake up. And then the credits roll. And this scene here is why my personal headcanon is that in the alternate ending, where you live a boring life as a researcher on Herta space station while the Astro Express departs without you and then everybody dies, but you don't know why because it's not your story to tell. My personal headcanon is that that story ended right here in Penacony. That everyone just fell asleep and never woke up. But I could be wrong. I could be wrong. It could have been the ending of Amphorius that led to that as well, because there's also an alternative ending there. But I will explain that when we get here. But anyway, I'm not going to mess here with the alternate ending where I basically think I'm awake, but I'm actually still asleep and I never wake up. Because that's just nightmare fuel, and I want to sleep well tonight. Well, it's a waste of time. You don't even get an achievement out of it. So yeah, let's go. I'll trust the gambler this time.
ミームの形であなたのそばにいるわね。出発しましょう。
アベンチュリンに会いに行くか、それとも断るか、どうしようかな。
いいね。君ならきっと来ると思ってたんだ。そうだ、あのメモキーパーは何しろ僕が言ったんだから、仲間と相談しようが逆に僕を利用しようが構わないって。なんだって大歓迎さ。僕は損する取引はしない主義なんだ。フレンド諸君、僕をがっかりさせないでくれよ。さあ、こっちだ。ああ、そうそう。あの後何か言ったような気がするんだけど、なんだったっけ。ああ、見覚えのある廊下に見覚えのある部屋。覚えてるかい？僕たちが最後に会ったのはこの場所だった。
Who done it? And over here, a surprise awaits us.
さあ、着いたよ。このドアの向こうだ。あ、やっと思い出した。あの後、僕たちは楽しいゲームをしたんだった。ほら、今ちょうどあの時と同じ時間。完全に思い出した。あの時、僕は君に。ほら、ゲームはもう始まっている。さあ、僕と取引をしよう。君は断れない。
There's been a murder.
断る理由がない。断る余地もない。
And somebody is not taking it very well.
ただいま。
Or it's not going to take it well.
お帰りなさい。公演の準備はどうですか？
いい感じよ。安心して。
If you listen, you hear that there is actually no distortion in Robin's voice right now. The distortion that was there when we first encountered her is gone.
いい感じ。ああ、いけません。あなたはファミリーの誇り。その余計な感情があなたの完璧な音律に影響を与えないようにしなければ。
わかったわ。兄様、なんだか落ち込んでいるように見えるけれど、何かあったの？もしかしてあの時計屋から招待されたゲストのこと？
ええ、先ほど報告を受
And
けま
there's
した。
very much a reason for it. As
死
we'll
が
see.
彼らの一部を連れ去ったと。もしかすると誰かに指示されたのかもしれません。
But still, it's pretty smart using voice acting, or more like soundtrack quality, as a narrative device. And then seeing if the players will notice.
ああ、すみません。あなたが帰ってきたばかりだということを忘れていました。この件については知りませんよね。いつからかピノコニーに死という名の悪夢が現れ、人々を無差別に襲い、すべての人に精神的な死をもたらすようになったのです。ファミリーが作り上げた夢の中ではどんな不幸もあってはなりません。ですがそれは無教の秩序と平和をひどく破壊した。なんと憎らしいことでしょう。
そんなことが起こってたなんて。じゃあまた誰かが被害に遭ったの？
ええ、合わせて2人。1人は密航者、もう1人はあなたです。もういいでしょう、愚者。あなたの行いは私を失望させました。
Somebody's been playing multiple roles.
鋭いね、テバオちゃん。
Sparkle and her nicknames to others.
調和の歌に間違いはない。愚者の言葉は最初は愚昧にして最後はよこしまなる凶暴となる。帰りなさい。その無教はあなたを歓迎しません。
おりょりょ、そんな仏頂面しないで。堅苦しい経典なんか引用しちゃって。花火はただ聞きたいだけ。こんなになってもまだファミリーは手を出さないでいるつもりなの？君の哀れな妹だって犠牲になったのに。もしかして彼女の仇を討つつもりがないとか？
まだその時ではありません。運命の日が来たら私は必ず公正に審判を下しましょう。
すっごい、よく我慢できるね。本当に冷血なやつ。もしかしたら花火たちって話が合うかも。それじゃあさ、花火が君の妹の代わりにいろんな場所に顔を出してあ
Yeah,
げ
when
る
to
か。
say Sunday is being exactly cool about it, he's simmering and he's not gonna take this well.
もうちょ
ファミリーには目算がある。その狡猾な舌で二度と私の愛する妹を汚すな、愚者。
You hear that anger? This guy's about to blow up. And whoever's gonna be on the receiving end of that explosion is not gonna have a good time.
はいはい。花火はただ必要ならいつでも手伝ってあげるって言いたかっただけ。手羽先にピアスをつけてる男の子なんて誰が無視できると思う？
Yeah, Sparkle, don't make fun of the guy. I'm sure he thought those studs were very cool when he got them.
結構。その光の下で犯人はすでに馬脚を現しました。そう遠くない未来、彼は己の策略によって身を滅ぼすでしょう。彼が悔い改めない限り、その剣は研ぎ澄まされ、弓には弦が張られる。さすれば 悪人が振りまいた害毒は己の頭上に降り注ぐ。その瞬間、神を敬わない異邦人は自分が凡人に過ぎないことを知り地獄へ落ちる。そして私はその先兵となり、あなたに吉報を届けましょう。時計屋よ。
Yeah, I'd say he's taking his little sister's murder very well. And with that, whodunit is complete, and we start a quest line: Cat Among Pigeons and a Devil in Velvet. And also, somebody just sold a dream bubble. But this one I'm not gonna do. For a very simple reason, and the reason is I can't. Like, I genuinely can't. This quest is genuinely one that I'm not allowed to stream. In fact, the quest actually asks you not to spoil the story to others by revealing the solution, so I'm not gonna do. You can just look it up for somebody else who is actually willing to go against the game's wishes. But yeah, with that, we have completed the quest Whodunit, and we have started the Cat Among the Pigeons questline, which is my personal favorite. But here's the thing. I have 45 minutes left on stream, and I would very much like to do this in one sitting. If possible. It should technically be possible, I think. Though I'm not sure. I'm gonna have to look into it, but I believe that Cat Among Pigeons was short enough to do in one stream. So, I would like to do some other things before going into it. Besides, I would very much like to have a working avatar when I'm doing that quest, because I don't think I can communicate with voice alone. How I feel during that quest. But it's okay, there are other things that can be done. So yeah, gonna have to do a lot of small quests here off camera. There's a lot of off-camera activities to do, and there's one of the damn dogs again. And where's the teacup and teapot talking to me? Well, don't question it. It's a dream after all. But yeah, Devil in Velvet and Cat Among Pigeons is actually my favorite questline. Among all of them. But because it does contain branching storytelling, it's gonna be a bit difficult to start and stop in the middle and then finish. So I'd like to do it in one sitting if able. So instead, I'm going to take this opportunity to actually return to the Express and continue seeing if I can manage Forgotten Hall.
忘却の庭に入りたいのか?
Just, that's not a small amount of jades, And we are still pretty much good for just having a single team.
孫悟の意志よ。
気迫を示せ。
これで万全だ。
This one should still be in the ballpark of easy.
我に力を。
騒ぎを起こしたくはない。生死虚実、同天元家、超無一角。
おやすみ。
騒ぎを起こしたくは
There's Bronya.
生死虚実同点元気
But he's not exactly very dangerous when
避けられ
you
ない
are over leveled.
進軍
お注射の時間よ。
槍先に火を炎の槍を断ち切れ
Yeah, those were easy 200. Easy 200 Jades.
孫悟の意志を
気迫を示せ。
これで万全だ
And this is gonna be easy until a certain point.
騒ぎを起こしたくはない
There will also be the point where
代価を払ってもらう。我に力を。
争いに意味はない生死虚実同点元気
it
超
will
無一
end up
角
being 2 deep. But that time is not now.
下手に動く
Now we just have a big guy and the Aeon of Preservation. Though the Aeon of Preservation is not exactly strong at the moment.
生死虚実同点元気超無一角
我々はとうに嵐に踏み入った守るべき者のために打ち崩せ。
おやすみ。
ランス戦闘準備
争いに意味はない
避けられない一戦。我に力を。
騒ぎ
Yep, those are also not gonna be much of a challenge. I think this guy used to give me so much trouble.
生死虚実同点元気超無一角
But again, at the moment, the
代価を払ってもらう。我に力を。
Forgotten Hall levels are not at my level. You're kind of supposed to do these as you progress. And eventually they will get tougher and tougher. There's some 15 levels there, 6 levels there, and once you've cleared them, you unlock the Member of Chaos. And these require you to have 2 levels, so it's a bit more difficult. Especially on a limited roster. I should rearrange the characters into the desired order.
孫悟の意志を
これで万全だ全社
No, I wouldn't blame you for zoning out on whatever I'm doing right now, considering there is no story to follow, and the bosses are trivial. For now, at least.
生死虚実同点元気超無一角
悪い子ね。
おやすみ。
大丈夫せっ
代価。
There was one,
過ぎ去ったことは
孫悟の意志を
and then there's also the
気
Blazes
迫を
of
示
Fate.
せ。
Also used to be tricky,
我々はとうに
but
嵐
it's
に
not
踏み入
trivial.
った守るべき者のために打ち崩せ。
Let's clean up some
我に力を。
creatures of the bird variety first, and then focus
生
on
死虚
the
実同
Blaze
点
out of
元気
Space.
超無一角
And considering I should be able to take it down in 2 ults, that's no, not much of a fight.
槍先に火を炎の槍を
But I
断ち
mean
切れ
2 ults from Don Hong, that is. And the second ult is not even gonna happen.
避けられない。我に力を。
騒ぎを起こしたり
And here I was wondering if I would be able to have enough jades for another temple on the Lyco banner. Looks like I will. In fact, there's no doubt about it, I will. Let's see.
対処法を考えよう
Guardian Shadow
対処法を考えようこれで
and
万
the
全だ
Silver Main Captain. Start from you.
下手に動くな
Need to split the technique points wisely.
代価を払って我に力を。
生死虚実同点元気超無一角
That's 3 ult.
おやすみ。
H bar, HP bar.
争いに意味はない
我に力を。我々はとうに嵐に踏み入った守るべき者のために打ち崩せ。
行くぞここにあり
お注射の時間よ。避けられない一戦。我に力を。
Now I think Damhang should be able to beat him. So I don't need to worry about the retribution.
過ぎ去ったことは
対処法を考
重要だよ
えよう
これで万全だ
気迫を示せ。
下手に動くな生死虚実同点元気超無
You
一
know,
角
it has actually been so long since I've actually played Forgotten Hope that I have actually, funnily enough, forgotten what these low earlier levels are even like.
代価を払ってもらう。
You know, my main level where all I have to really worry about is Memory of Chaos setting me battle occasionally.
この程度か
おやすみ。
ランス戦闘
Speaking of Memory of Chaos, this is one of the other reasons why I wish to delay
生死虚実同点元気超無一角
going for Cat Among Pigeons until next week. And that is because I won't have to have some time to practice. Because it's a rare opportunity, because that quest boss is currently a mob. And I have to take advantage of it because they are not... The boss question is not available in Memory of Chaos all that often.
前者来たらず
So I have to take advantage of it when I can. The hard part is gonna be getting there, because if I can't beat the Manta Ray,
生死虚実一年同点元気
I'm not succeeding at even attempting the fight.
我に
But if
力
I can get some practice in, then that's a bit better. Since it is gonna be a troublesome fight.
守る騒ぎを起こしたくはない
Even if the boss has been nerfed to oblivion, it is not nearly as difficult now as they were on the day they first came out.
避けられない一戦。我に力を。
Plus, I want to be able to diagnose and actually
生死虚
cure my
実同
technical
点元
issues.
気超無一角
But it's very difficult when the technical issues only occur when
重
streamed.
要だこれで万全だ
気迫を示せ。
下手に動くな
Now there is one thing I can try.
我々はとうに
That is
嵐
a
に踏み入った
bit,
守るべき者のために。
Well, should I say annoying? It's not something I want to try. Because that would mean that you will not be able to say chat on screen.
おやすみ。
And that is turn off the Streamlabs plugin. And just stream with OBS. That said, the hard part
ラン
is
ス戦闘準備
you will not be able to see chat on screen because I use Streamlabs to display it.
避けられない一戦。我に
However,
力を。
if I have to do it in order to stop whatever is happening
生
with
死虚
my
実
on my
同
GPU,
点元気
I will.
超無一角
But first I need to confirm if that is indeed the cause. Or at least a major enough contributor that I can eliminate the symptoms until AMD issues a patch.
炎の槍を断ち切れ
騒ぎを起こしたくはない
代価を払ってもらう。
And it might take a while until AMD issues a patch.
ほんの気持ちよ。 気にしないで。
安心しろ。
我々はとうに嵐に踏み入った。守るべき者のために打ち崩せ。
Now I will attempt plane installation again, but
生死虚実同点
there is no guarantee
超
it
無
will
一
work.
角
Plus, as stated, I can't actually test it. Unless I'm on stream, and specifically streaming Star Rail, because Genshin just doesn't crash. Or at least it's not intense GPU intense enough to cause my GPU drivers to crash.
下手に動くな
When paired with VTubing software, which is actually kind of funny considering the VTubing software I use is actually CPU bound, not GPU. I'm running it on a CPU, not GPU. So it's kind of weird that it will be a problem. And of course I need to have a chat with my roommate about my sentence. Because if it's not my fault that I have these problems in the first place, then I don't deserve the punishment of doing a week's worth of dishes.
騒ぎを起こしたくはない
Though I'm not the judge, and the judge might disagree with my statement. So wish me luck in that conversation.
ランス戦闘準備生死虚実同点元気超無一角槍先に火を炎の槍を断ち切れ
我に力を
争いに意味はない過ぎ去ったことは対処法を重要ではない孫悟の意志をこれで万全だ
気迫を示せ
下手に動く
Okay, I'm starting to get a little bored with these. It's kind of repetitive.
ほんの気持ちよ
When are you actually going to be a challenge?
適切な援助だった我に力を
生死虚実同点元気超無一角
お注射お休み
Are you going to put up a fight, Void Ranger?
この程度か
どんな隙も見逃さ我に力を我々はとうに嵐に踏み入った守るべき者のために打ち崩せ悪い子ね
槍先に火を炎の槍を断ち切れ後悔しても遅い生死虚実異同点元気超無一角
Yeah, let's take a break. Just a short break. Because I am starting to get a little bored with the monotony of that, and I need something to break it up with. And I figured a bit of a pull break would be good. Oh, or just checking where I did. Apparently, I managed to do a bit of a progress on this thing, on the operation briefing. Now, I actually haven't been focusing on it at all. Clear Forgotten Halls Memory 12. Like, I had actually completely forgotten this existed. So might as well. What does it? 4 light cones to level 60. Okay, which light cone is close enough? Why am I still using a level 20 light cone on Trailblazer? By the way, do I actually have a good preservation light cone? No? No, wait, that's a destruction light cone. Oh, that's a different thing. That's why it's level 20. Oh yeah, you can mass superimpose. Did you know? It's a new feature. The game basically lets you get some very nice superimpositions done with just the push of a button. Basically, you just select the ones you want to do, say confirm, and bada bing, bada boom, you have a nice superimposed nice cones. Yeah, back to this. Which one is close enough? I say Natasha. She deserves a better cone. There. It's a good thing I broke the monotony, apparently. How far am I from level 12? Oh, it's right there. So if I cleared that one, I will get the next stage, but... Right now... That's nice. That's very nice. That was like a 10 pull right there. 10 pull and then some. 2 temples. Which gets me closer to trying again on the light cone, which I managed to lose out on. How far am I? 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 31. So this takes me to 50. It's not a guarantee, not even close. And another DDD. These are good. The more I have, the more I can superimpose, and the more I can superimpose, the more good ones I can have for my harmony units. Nope. Not much luck this time. Okay, that was a nice little break. To break up the monotony. I'm looking forward to actually trying to clear that operation manual. Because it does give you some really nice rewards. But it is very monotonous. Especially when you already have a good strong team. And that one took like half of it off. Okay, so I'm not attacking Guardian Shadow. Don't even heal the party trooper. Why don't you let me do damage? Like proper damage, instead of just forcing me to do chip damage with the basic attacks. Now there's actually 2 achievements related to Guardian Shadow. One is for not pissing it off once during combat, and the second one is for pissing it off at every opportunity. Needless to say, the latter requires you to actually have a team that can tank the damage. And as you can see, I already have that achievement since it didn't pop up. Let's pull
代価を払っ我に
the
力を
surrounding mobs a bit.
争いに意味はない。生死虚実、同天元気、超無一角。
悪いこと
Oh, this Void Ranger is actually putting out a fight.
おやすみ
No, you're not.
ほんの気持ちよ。気にしないで。
安心しろ。
You're not attacking my healer.
お注射の時間よ。
我々はとうに嵐に踏み入った守るべき者のために
That's
打ち崩せ
a bit of an advance.
我に
See if I
力を
can.
争いに意味は
Okay, he works like that as well. I can weakness break it before
超
he
無
can
一角。
attack.
この程度か。
See, this is the kind of fighting I like. You actually have to think a little before you do something.
避けられない一戦我に力を
騒ぎを
Otherwise, I can just
Lance
put this on,
Sentou Junbi.
put it on auto and let the game do it work for me.
後悔しても遅い。炎の槍を断ち切れ。
Now these are starting to get a bit more challenging. Now this is the first time that I actually need a second team. The second team actually requires... Okay, let's put Serval Hook, March for Shielder, and I don't have a second healer. So I have to go with the support. Though some of the characters here are actually not leveled enough, so I think I will give them a bit of a boost. Oh, I can't. I can't. So technically this could be as far as I go. Because I don't think March can... I don't think March alone is good enough for that. I need to grind, but the more I grind, the more I level up. The more I level up... Oh, I can actually up my March.
今日のうちは昨日のうちよりすごいんだよ。
That's good. But the materials are insufficient for the rest. Yeah. Liquid to a bit of a mismatch set, but a bit better. Okay, so now the shield actually lasts longer.
まだ隠してる技があるんだよ。
This is actually very good, but it requires the Ascension 6. We're not even close there. Like the last Ascension. I don't think that's even unlocked. Yeah, this might actually be as far as I go this time. Because Hook might actually be my main damage dealer here, along with Serval. But level 40, she will not be able to tank a full attack from the Frigid Prowler. So I can try. Yeah, I think I will try, at the very least. But I don't think it's going to work. After all, this is...
気迫を示せ
This is Star Rail, not Genshin. So if you don't have stats for a fight, you don't have the stats for a fight.
後悔しても遅い。
我に力を
争いに意味はない。
So I'll do is use this first wave to basically build up my ultimate as far as I can.
避けられない一戦我に力を 悪い子ね。
Now the Prowler is out and about.
我々はとうに嵐に踏み入った守るべき者のために打ち崩せ。
生死虚実一同天元家超無一角。
I still don't understand why Donald just doesn't advance forward.
おやすみ。
俺が守る。槍先に火を、炎の槍を断ち切れ。
The Prowler should work just fine.
争いに
我に力を。
騒ぎを起こしたり。生死虚実同天元家超無一角。
Sure. It burns a little. It's not that bad. I have strong units, so they take plenty of damage. Should go down pretty easily.
悪いで。
I mean, the Blazer of Space. Sorry. The Blazer of Space should be very easy.
槍先に火を、炎の槍を断ち切れ。
I'll just do a bit damage. And that's it. Now this one I actually don't have that much confidence in.
こっからが本番だよ。もっと。己を解き放つ。
The first wave should be very easy. Yeah, Thermal are just calling those things.
Ryu! 悪党め名を名乗れ。オラオラ。
この曲はあんたに乗ってる。
And just like that, we are second
礼
phase.
儀がなってないわ。ついてないね。すべては星々よ。開拓者たちに真なる祝福を。
Yeah, that hurts a bit, especially when I don't have a healer.
たまにはマジうちのとっておきを食らえ。いたずらしちゃうぞ。おっきゃ。殴ったね。
盛り上がってるじゃん。もっと。
Yeah, that does deal a lot of damage. At least I managed to break.
なかなかやるじ
I think Coke is the one that actually needs the shield the
ゃん。誘って
most.
ないけど。
乗ってる。
悪党めのオラオラ。
Just keep summoning minions.
逃がさない。
己を解き放つ。反抗。陽動。
But yeah, Coke needs to shield the most because she's tiny. She's a tiny little tot.
リュウ。礼儀がなってないわ。それ。
And doesn't have much HP.
もっと。
殴ったね。逃がさない。たまには真面目にうちのとっておきを食らえ。
Yeah, that's not good. Oh, Hope has the boosted attack, but it doesn't do much damage as you can see. That's not hurt.
殴ったね。
So we're fine, we're still fine. Try to go into the Serval's ultimate.
誘ってないけど。それ。すべては星々よ。開拓者たちに真なる祝福を。リュウ。
March needs 4 turns. Now let's not waste that.
私を頼れよっと。ズカガガガガガガガ。
Now Hope would be a lot stronger if she weren't level 40. Oh, got an achievement there. Stop shielding suppressing. I'm starting to feel like I might actually be able to do this. Even though the second team is way underpowered. And I did it! Whoa. Whoa, I actually can't believe I did it. And I managed to get it at 3 stars at that. That's pretty good. That was pretty good, but I seriously think that's about as far as I go. That was very close, after all. Unfortunately, that did not get me to a zone where I have enough tickets. I just need 4 more. Bum bum! There you are. Do you have anything for me? Okay, energy. Energy. Oh, 100 Jades, that's nice. And that needs more. Ah, yep, that's not enough. I have a lot of Jades stuck in alternate game modes and other places, but I don't think Sunday's getting that signature light cone of his anytime soon. Well, he's a reserve character anyway. The full list of playable characters is very short, after all. That would be nice to unlock Lynx. As in, properly unlock. And Lynx is actually free. I don't have to hope to get her from Gacha, but there is a catch. That catch is... she's from the Forgotten Hall. Well, not Forgotten Hall, she's from... where you get her from is actually a quest. Which is Yosh's Clever Decor. Which you start by replying to Xian's message. And next, you go over here. You talk to the bird in a cage. That tells you stories. And by telling stories, I mean challenges you to a fight with wave after wave after wave after wave of enemies. Everyone is surprised I can talk to the bird. Okay, let's just skip that. But the thing is, this is not easy. In fact, this is level 55, requires 2 teams, and is very, very, very favoring towards AoE characters. So my odds of actually succeeding in this are slim to none, so to say. And if you look at the clearance lineups, which are the current thing, you will not get any hints for your current character layout. In fact, I don't get any much hints there anyway, because of a restricted account. Most players, after all, do this for the seasonal rewards. But I need to clear the level 1 in order to get the free links. And while I can try, I sincerely do not believe that I'll be able to clear this one, because this needs a healer. That's for certain. And this one, I will greatly benefit from having a healer. It's a bit difficult, so to say. Basically, I have to do something like, let's see. Well, that's on ice, so something like that. Maybe? Now, there isn't much time left on stream, so I won't actually be doing this, but yeah, this is something I don't really trust myself with right now. Hey. Apparently the game is not gonna be letting me get away with it. Let's see, which one is less likely to screw me over? That's completely useless. I suppose that's a decent one. Probably just own both of them. No, let's try it. I don't think I should be. I might be able to. I honestly don't think I'd be able to because what you need AoE, and I don't have any AoE. So my odds of even being able to get a passing grade on that stage in order to get links is gonna be very, very slim. Especially with the trash cannon field.
争いに意味は生死虚実同点元気超無一角
But I'll take care of that first.
礼儀がなってないわそれ
I need to improve the Trailblazer. Yes, they're my only shielder at the moment, aside from March. But, I mean, the only shielder that has AoE, so I have to try my best. But the very nature of pure fiction favors characters with AoE, so until I get a character that does have AoE damage, it's not gonna be very good. In fact, Hunters is basically useless here. A bit of going Destruction Rare Edition.
争いに意味はない生死虚実一年のマナー同点元気
Now, characters that can advance themselves forward, like Sailor, would be useful, but I don't have her. Well, he doesn't really break at the moment.
誘ってないけど
Now, also those have AoE, which helps a lot.
怖くないよ誰かな
But wouldn't be surprised if boss times are pulling more weight than anybody else combined. Let's actually try.
礼儀がなってないわ全ては星々よ開拓者たちに信念を
Focus on her instead of Dunhawk.
槍先に火を炎の槍を断ち切れ
生死虚実移動
So
点
take
元
care of that trash
超
can
無
before
一
it
角
starts to get troublesome.
避けられない我々はとうに嵐に踏み入った守るべき者のために打ち崩せ
誰かな
ランス戦闘中
So So I don't think I'll be able to beat the boss, but I should be able to get past the fictional ensemble and I'll look at it. Hey! Hands off!
槍先に火を炎の槍を断ち切れ
And that's wave number 1 out of 3.
生死虚実同点元気超無一
I
角
saw the space.
代価を払って
That is very tough. I saw the space.
かな全ては星々よ開拓者たちに真なる祝福を
ランス
我に力を我々の塔に嵐に踏み入った守るべき者のために打ち崩せ
So I cannot remember what exactly I needed for a passing grade. But I did need to get a certain score in order to pass.
避けられない一
No, I don't exactly need a star.
騒ぎを起こしたくはない
俺が守るこの程度か
So I do need to get a certain minimum amount of points in order to, as I said, get a passing grade.
生死虚実一年のマナリ
And if I get a passing grade, I get links.
超無一角
And if I get links, so it means I have a second healer. And that second healer will be very useful.
誘ってないけど
ランス戦闘準備槍先に火を炎の槍を断ち切れ
And that was it. I didn't really make it very far. Now, doesn't look very good. Looks like I need 3,000 points for a passing grade. So unless I can somehow
へえ腕試しにぴったりじゃん
somehow get 15,000 points here, over 15,000. It's gonna be a lot tougher.
逃がさない
己を解き放つ
Doesn't this seem the main DPS? At least. Does more
こ
damage.
ちら側が優勢ですおや
At least more spread out damage. But I don't have advance forward.
ついてないね
So I think Hella will benefit the most from this.
殴ったねたまには真面目にうちのとっておきを食らえ
And my shielder does AoE here.
こっからが本番だよ乗ってるやるじゃん
面倒なことに
Wow, there are the televisions everywhere.
こちら側が優勢ですおや
手の施
敵データ収集捕獲マーク起動愉快な反撃の時間です
おやすみこっからが本番だよもっと盛り上がってるじゃん乗ってる
おや
お注射の時
Let's
間
bring
よ
the TV in a better mood.
殴ったね
己を解き放つ反抗陽動霊
Don't
敵
just
データ収集捕
break
獲マーク起
everything.
動愉快な反撃の時間です
AoE after AoE. This is how you fight.
逃がさない
こっからが本番だよ
Game mode.
もっ
And I'm not even sure if I'll be able to pass.
おや
17,000, much better, but
やるじゃん手の施しようがないわね
yeah, margin not looking good.
おやすみ
You're gonna have to put a shield on yourself, girl. Until the last I can get an ultimate off.
Oh yeah?
Thankfully, you don't also have to take the trash can's HP bar down, you just need to break it. I don't seem to have. Okay, that's better. No, I'm probably not. I'm definitely not the only one who hates Phoebes. Everybody hates the Phoebes. And it's pretty clear that I'm not able to. I need like a lot more points. Yep, it's not exactly possible at this point. So I may remember it wrong, but... Oh, that's worse. That's worse. I need to clear stage 2, so the stage 1 is not enough. I need to get a passing grade on this one. So if I can't even clear that, how am I supposed to clear this? So yeah, that free links does not exactly... is not exactly pleasant. A carrot on a stick, considering the stick is currently in the process of beating me. Proverbially. You're just gonna remind me until like bye. No, you're not. Currently in saving phase with those ones. But yeah, I think we can call it a day. Next week we'll try to do Cat Among the Pigeons, which is my favorite quest in Pentatoni's storyline. And I hope to... feel like I say this every week, but I hope to have my technical issues under control by the time I do. But I cannot promise anything because, as I said, I cannot recreate these issues while offline. It is seriously frustrating trying to diagnose these things with basically no clues to go on. It would be easier if I could recreate them, but I can't. And that is the one that's giving me more trouble. But if you want a stream with less tech issues, thankfully, these have not been so infectious that they would have contaminated my Genshin streams. So if you're into some other games, then maybe we'll see each other on Friday in Genshin, where my plan is actually to do some other quests instead of trying to progress the story. For a change. Started with Newbie Land. But that is for Friday. Next Starfield stream will be next Monday, on schedule, whether I sort out my tech issues or not. Hopefully that number in the corner does not go up anymore. But we'll see. We'll see if that becomes an inside joke. Let's hope not. I don't want it to become an inside joke. And what I want even less is to have to change the very nature of this challenge to being videos instead of streams. But we'll see. We'll see. That's a problem for me to resolve this week. So, Wish me luck. Have a good week. And I hope to see you next time. Bye bye.